Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council. Mayor, Skip Henderson. City Manager, Isaiah Hughley. Pops Barnes, District 1. Glenn Davis, District 2. Bruce Huff, District 3. Toya Tucker, District 4. Charmaine Crabb, District 5. Gary Allen, Mayor Pro Tem and District 6.
Joanne Kogel, District 7.
Walker Garrett, District 8. Judy Thomas, Post 9 at-large counselor.
Tyson Bagley, Post 10, at-large counselor.
Sandra Davis, Clerk of Council.
And City Attorney Clifton Fay. Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council.
Well, good morning on this wet day and first meeting in 2024. It's January 9th, as we all know, and I want to let you know the mayor had a little water problem at his house. He's on his way. He'll be here in a few minutes. But at this time, as we begin our meeting, I'd like to call on Pastor Thad Haygood, if you would open our meeting for us. Thank you, sir.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we pause as we begin this day to acknowledge your presence. We pause to give you thanks that you have given us life and breath and the opportunity to live and enjoy your creation. So, Lord, I thank you for each person here who gives of themselves to oversee our city. I thank you for the time that they give, the effort that they put forth, and I pray that you would continue to guide them and watch over them. And we pray for your Spirit to reign over our city. God, I pray that you would reign over this city to bring protection. I pray that you would restore order and wholeness. And Lord, I pray that this would be the greatest city in the world in which to live. Thank you so much for each of these who give of themselves. And Lord, I pray that you would watch over them when times get tough and when people get critical. Lord, remind them who they are in you. Remind them that they belong to you and that you have created them. So, Lord, I pray now that you'd bless this meeting today. Bless the meeting of our city council. Bless our mayor, Skip Henderson. Continue to guide him, to give him strength and wisdom and patience as he seeks to lead us. And we ask all of this in your holy and precious name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. And please thank your congregation for sharing you with us. And at this time, if you'll join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for kicking things off this morning. I want to thank Pastor Thad Haygood, too, for all that he does within the community. First order of business will be the approval of the minutes from the December 12th meeting. All right, there's a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Are there any edits or questions or anything anybody wants to explain? Okay, hang on just a second. Yes, ma'am, Councilor Craig.
I don't know if this is the time to do this or if it's during the attorney's agenda, but the vote that we took in the last called session, I wanted to change my vote to a no. So do I do it now before we approve these minutes, or do I do it during the...
Mr. City Attorney, how we go about changing? Would you hit it again if for some reason the light didn't come on? You hit your light one more time? There we go. Well, there we go.
Yes, sir.
Well, we usually get a motion to reconsider if a vote's going to be changed on the record.
What's that? I make a motion to
Well, it's got to be somebody that voted in the majority. So,
Well, I think you did vote in the majority, didn't you?
I did.
okay.
For, what's the issue? Yeah, I'm,
The issue is, I was under the impression that we were just voting for the bonds to be, go out and look for the terms of the bonds and everything, and then they would come back to us. But since then, I have heard on several occasions that we voted for the issuance of bonds, and that even came from internally. And so I want to make sure, and I want to make it very clear that that is not what I voted for. And if that means that I have to change that vote from the last meeting, then I'm willing to do that, because I want to make it very clear that I did not vote for the issuance of any bonds.
Madam Clerk, do you have something to add?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. With respect to the minutes, the council did, what is reflected in the minutes is what occurred in the minutes. And so my suggestion would be to approve these minutes and then make any motions to reconsider the actual resolution. But these minutes do reflect what occurred
Okay.
during that meeting.
That's a good point. You have any objections to that, Mr. City Attorney?
No, sir, you can approve the minutes and then get a motion to reconsider. But again, the bond inducement resolution was approval to go out and explore financing for the issuance of bonds. It was not approval of the issuance itself.
Okay, then I wanted to make that clear, and I wanted that to be on the record, because we're seeing it in the news, we're seeing it all over the place, that bonds are being issued already, and that's not what we voted on, and that's not what I voted on. So I think it's in the record now. Thank you.
Okay. So there is a motion second to approve the minutes. Any further discussion to the minutes? Councilor Davis, this is the minutes.
Whether it helps or not, I don't know, Councilor Crabb, but I will respect your request. But I think I did make a comment that's on the record. I think I did it for the record, that stated exactly what the city manager just said, and that was what was put out there. So that was my understanding, the same as what you're saying. So I don't know if that helps or not.
Thank you, sir. All right, all in favor of approval of the minutes, please say aye. Are there any opposed? All right, minutes are approved. I'm going to call up our chief of Columbus Fire and EMS. They've participated in what I think is an outstanding program, and I'm going to invite him to come up here and introduce some visitors and tell you a little bit about the program. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, members of council, Mr. City Manager, Mr. City Attorney, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to stand here today and introduce you to some folks who come to us from halfway around the world. About a year and a half ago, the Fire and EMS Department had the opportunity to engage with the International Association of Fire Chiefs about inquiring about a participation in a program called the International Fellowship. International Fellowship is a program designed to bring firefighters from Saudi Aramco in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to the United States to embed them in metropolitan fire departments to learn how to fight fire, to learn how the U.S. firefighters fight fire. We were able to partner, after a selection process, we were able to partner with the IFC and Saudi Aramco, and in July of last year, we received a cohort of 8 Saudi Aramco firefighters. These firefighters were embedded in our fire stations, in our busiest fire stations for the last 6 months. At Station 6, Station 10, excuse me, and Station 2. During that time, they had the opportunity to run probably thousands of calls, hundreds of medical calls, dozens of car wrecks, and yes, many structural firefighting opportunities. The opportunity, this program gives us an opportunity as an organization to not only showcase what American Fire Service is like on an international stage, but to engage in a cultural exchange with members from a fire service from halfway around the globe. These firefighters that are standing behind me represent the very best of Saudi Aramco. It's a very prestigious program to get into to come to the United States. They've lived in our fire stations. They fought fire with our folks. They ran medical calls with our folks. They've been here for 6 months, side by side with the men and women in our organization, and it has been a privilege to host them. As this time draws to a close and they get ready to head home, it dawned on me this morning that they've been away from their families for 6 months while they've been here with us and engaged with our folks. But not only had they had the opportunity to learn how to fight fire from what I dare say is probably some of the best firefighters in the country, they had the opportunity to learn the American culture and the way we do things and our idiosyncrasies. But they weren't the only ones learning. Our firefighters, our men and women, got to learn their culture and got to learn how things are done in Saudi Arabia and the nuances associated with their organization and with their country. And it was a great exchange for us and a great opportunity, and I'm privileged to have these folks be with me today. So I wanted them to come today, give you the opportunity to meet them and to showcase this program, and we're, as an organization, we are very proud to have participated in this program. And we thought before we send them back to the deserts of Saudi Arabia, we give them good old-fashioned Georgia rainstorm. But I want to thank the mayor and council for the opportunity to participate in this program. And I'd like to introduce Jeff Dillon, who is here somewhere, there he is, who is a strategic advisor for the IFC, to say a few words about the program. Jeff?
Thank you, Chief. Mayor, council, thank you very much for having us here today. I'm here for two reasons. One, I want to thank you. Thank you for your support of your fire chief. Chief Scarpa is a jewel. I hope you know that. He is a jewel, not only within Columbus, but within the International Association of Fire Chiefs. His dedicated work, his enthusiasm, the way he approaches things is so great. And then you see that translate throughout the Columbus Fire Department from all the men and women that we've ever been involved with. Thank you so much for supporting him in this endeavor. This program started in 2016. This is the 24th cohort we've done around the country. As of tomorrow afternoon, when we do the graduation ceremony, some of these guys back here are going to be crying. Some of your firefighters are going to be crying because they've made these new bonds, these new friendships that will last forever and ever. The name of Columbus now joins we call it the quilt of many colors, from the departments around this country that have participated in this. Cities like San Antonio, San Diego, Sacramento, Charlotte, Atlanta, Oklahoma City, Miami, PG County, Maryland. You now represent on a bigger scale this international outreach that we've been working on for the last 9 years. I want to thank you again for your support for this program. Chief Scarpa and the men and women of the Columbus Fire Department, we could not have asked for a better host city. They have set the level for everybody else to have to follow from now on. I do have a small token of appreciation from Chief John Butler, the Chief of Fairfax County, Virginia, who is our president of the IFC, and Rob Brown, our CEO. On behalf of the IFC, thank you for your support for this program and for this chief and this department. Thank you.
Chief, can we introduce them? Can we introduce them?
Sure. I'll ask the cohort members to come up one at a time and introduce yourself.
My name is Abu Bakr Mhibis, Station 10.
My name is Muhammad Sabir. I was in Station 6.
My name is Fawaz Al-Ghamdi. I'm working at Station 2.
My name is Saad Al-Qahtani, Station 2.
Hello everybody, my name is Abdullah Al-Yami. It was a privilege working with Columbus Fire Department, Station 10. Faisal Al-Jani, I was in the Station 6.
Ahmed Amtairi, Station 10.
Mayor, we will host a graduation ceremony for these folks tomorrow at the Trade Center But again, I want to thank the mayor and council for allowing us to participate in this program. It's been a great success that our folks not only learned firefighting, but they got to play some good old American baseball with our firefighters and really had a good time with them.
Well, Chief, obviously, we're very proud of our folks for helping to put this on, and we're grateful for the opportunity. And to the gentleman here, I know you're anxious to get home, but we hope you've enjoyed the time you spent in Columbus, Georgia, and know that we welcome you back anytime. Councilor Thomas.
Mr. Mayor, it's hard for me to pass up an opportunity to recognize the work that our Columbus Fire Department does. The chief came up to say good morning this morning and said, you know, we have one of our stations right now has been called out to a fire at a house that was struck by lightning. So while we're all trying to stay warm and safe and so forth, those folks are out serving our citizens. And I hope that as part of your experience with the Columbus Fire Department, you recognize how important it is, that connection with the community. And I think our department has such a great connection with the community. And I hope those folks that are out there fighting that fire get it done pretty quickly and get inside where it's warm and dry. Thank you, Chief, for all you do for the Columbus Fire Department.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to echo my colleague and everybody's comments around here. Chief, you make us proud. The men and women of Fire and EMS, you make us proud. This is a great moment. It reminds me of things that we've done in the past with our sister cities and the relationships that we've developed, the good things that have come out of that. That's always been good for our community. I also want to say, just coming from a team-oriented background myself, I understand the connections, the relationships, the friendships, the camaraderie, working together and what that does and what that means. And I'm so glad that these gentlemen have been able to come over here and experience that and to get to know our people and to get to know our city and to get to know our culture and to get to understand a little bit better, because we are really super people. And we value relationships like this, and I want them to know that. We value these relationships, and they're going to, like you said, they're going to remember the memories, the things that they've done here, the relationships, connections. They're going to remember that for the rest of their lives, and that's what stands. And I know that we've shown them what we're really about, our character, and what we believe in here in our country, and I think that's a good thing. That's a positive thing. Thank you, guys, for helping our people here and even sharing with us all your valuable experience.
Thank you, sir. Gentlemen, thank you once again. Safe travels home, too. All right, next, and sticking with our public safety theme, we have Councilor Tucker with a proclamation for National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. So if all of our law enforcement personnel would come to the podium. Councilor Tucker.
Good morning, everyone. I guess it's a good day to recognize our public safety heroes in our community. Today, I want to read the National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day proclamation. I think it's important to spotlight our brave law enforcement officers who give of their time 24/7 whenever we call them. So I just wanted to make sure that this was done today. The proclamation reads, whereas National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day was founded on January 9th, 2015, to thank officers across the country for all the daily sacrifices they make for their communities. And whereas law enforcement officers of every rank and file have chosen a profession that puts their life on the line every day for their communities. And whereas the safety and security of our community are of paramount importance, and the dedicated individuals of our city's law enforcement play a pivotal role in upholding these values. Their commitment to ensuring the well-being of our residents is unwavering, and their sacrifices often go unrecognized. And whereas the men and women who don the uniform of our law enforcement agencies embody the principles of justice, duty, and service. Day in and day out, they face challenges and risks to safeguard our streets, responding to emergencies, and maintaining order. Their selfless acts of bravery deserve our sincere appreciation and gratitude. And whereas the well-being of Columbus is preserved and enhanced as a direct result of the vigilance of our law enforcement officers. And whereas, let this proclamation serve as a symbol of our city's deep appreciation for the men and women who serve in law enforcement. On this day, we encourage our residents to take a moment to express gratitude to the officers who work tirelessly to keep our community safe. Now, therefore, Skip Henderson III, Mayor of Columbus, Georgia, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, January 9th, 2024 as National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day.
Well, congratulations and thank y'all. The Appreciation Day, we want y'all to know that while we do, and I appreciate Councilor Tucker bringing this to our attention, we appreciate you every day. And I know sometimes it doesn't feel like it because of the hard hours that y'all put in and the tough job that you're asked to do. Whether you're in the correctional facility, whether you're on the streets answering 911, working the courts, in the jail, doesn't matter. It's a selfless calling, and we're very grateful. Would ask if you don't mind, come around here and let us all thank you. I'll present this, and one should go to each of your departments. If anybody needs an extra, we'll sell copies for a nominal. No, I'm just kidding. But we'll get one to each department. Y'all come around and let us thank you.
I meant to.
Too soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I meant every word. I'm gonna say it. You're welcome.
Thank you, man.
Did I do it?
Yeah, well, it includes the award.
I said I meant every word I put on that paper. What's up, bud? You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. You know, I meant every word I typed. Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all.
Thank y'all.
I want some macaroni and cheese. You can't come here without bringing macaroni and cheese. Thank you.
Shaking your head. It's a short time.
Thank you. You know I mean every word I type. Because I call you all the time. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you, sir.
We cousins from somewhere, Mr. Wynn. That's my maiden name. Exactly how it's spelled.
Councilor Davis had a comment.
Yeah, before everybody leaves, it seems like it's Public Safety Day, but like I said, we're so proud of our men and women at Fire and EMS. We're equally as proud of our men and women at CPD, Sheriff's Office, the Muskogee County Jail. I mean, you just keep going. I'm probably missing somebody, but, you know, Mayor, you really, the value, I mean, it is really hard to place a value. It's just unwavering of what these men and women do day in and day out. And I think somebody said tirelessly.
Yeah.
The amount of hours they put in and the time they spend away from their families. And I mean, it's And you got to go out there and produce, and you don't know who's behind you or side of you, and you don't know where all the, I guess, the arrows are coming from. That's a tough job. That's a really tough job and a challenge, but we don't say it enough that we really appreciate them, and it's a good day to be proud of public safety as a whole.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Well, before we leave my agenda, just to let everybody know, Councilor Barnes has been under the weather, but he is attending by phone, so he will be available with us today. Councilor Thomas.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure where the city manager has gone, but I would like to take this opportunity to request that at the conclusion of his agenda today, we have a discussion around this table about the concerns that have been raised on a daily basis about the trash waste pickup in Columbus. And I would like to request that the city manager have whoever from Public Works, either the director or the person who is in charge of the waste collection, be here today at the end of his agenda so that we can ask the questions and talk about some of the concerns that citizens have raised with us. So I would request that that be added to his agenda.
I think we can get them here. Yes, ma'am. We will, because our office is getting a lot of those calls as well.
And I don't want this to wait until, for another 2 weeks. I want
No.
us to have that conversation today.
Yeah, they'll be here this afternoon, or this morning, probably
Thank
this
you.
afternoon. Yes, ma'am. All right. Move on to the city attorney's agenda. The city attorney, going to hit your light.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Got a few business items to get through. First one up is an item we're requesting a vote on, the local supplement for the Muskogee County Sheriff to be effective January 1, 2024. That's ready for action.
Motion second to approve. Are there any discussion? All right, hearing none. Chris, if you would put that on the screen, and councilors, please register your votes. I think we're missing, nope, we're good.
All right, that passes. Okay, then we've got some hearings, Mayor. These are zoning hearings. We've got, first one we'll call is 4228 Third Avenue, going from light manufacturing to residential multifamily. See, Door Neal Enterprises, Bowen petition, the applicant here. Is a petitioner here on Door Neal? All right. Mr. Johnson, have you heard anything this morning? Here? Okay. All right, we'll, got the applicant here, Mayor. We'll see if there are any questions around the table. They want to go to residential multifamily. It's recommended for approval.
Doesn't appear to be any questions around the table.
All right. I'm gonna ask the audience if there's anybody here that wants to speak for or against this petition. Raise your hand. Don't see any hands. So Door Neal Enterprises, Alice Bowen, the vote will take place in 2 weeks at the 5:30 council meeting. Okay? And thank y'all for being here. All right. Next zoning hearing is property at 3300 6th Avenue. Sarah and Troy Clark petition going from residential multifamily 2 to residential multifamily 1, recommended for approval. Petitioners here. Any questions around the table?
No, sir.
All right, anybody in the audience want to be heard? Don't see any hands, so we'll bring this back in 2 weeks at the 5:30 meeting. They'll vote. Thank you. All right, next item is a text change to the Unified Development Ordinance, allowing the Resource Conservation Subdivision applications to go first to Planning Advisory Commission and then to the council for final approval. There's just discussion on this. Any questions? Mr. Johnson is here. All right. We'll bring that back in 2 weeks then for a vote. Then the last zoning item is a conservation use valuation assessment rezoning from RE1 to R Residential Estate 10. For 2 properties, it's recommended for approval. 0 Whitesville Road and 12248 County Line Road. Any questions on that? All right, we'll bring that back for a vote in 2 weeks. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mayor, we've got a couple of resolutions. The first one is establishing qualifying fees for the 2024 elections.
Motion second to approve the qualifying fees. Any discussion?
Would you just go through quickly?
Yes.
What that means, and what that is?
These are qualifying fees that have to be paid every 4 years when a new term election begins. You want me to run down the list?
No, I just want to make sure that they know what.
Okay, these are local qualifying fees that have to be paid by candidates to our election office for offices such as counselor, school board member, probate judge, state court judge, and others.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second to approve. Can you cue it, Chris? All right, councilors, please vote. All right, that passes. We're missing.
All right.
Missing one. There we go. I guess
We'll
we're
get
good.
it.
If you missed it, you could record the Mayor Pro Tem's.
Mayor Pro Tem's a positive. Is Councilor Barnes voting virtually?
Yes.
Okay.
And the clerk is registering. I didn't ask her, but she's registering his votes.
All right, for the record, he did. We got one more resolution, Mayor. This one would authorize payments to Medical Center, Inc., DBA Piedmont, Columbus Regional.
There's a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? Okay.
Yeah.
So
Let's get a vote.
we need a vote for Councilor
You don't
Begley.
have an employee?
Motion second
No,
to
that's not. the
recuse. All in favor of allowing Councilor Begley's recusal request, say aye. Any opposed? Okay. So he's recused. So now you may enter your votes. Need a couple more. There we go. I think that's it. All right, that's approved.
All right, that does pass. And then, Mayor, we've got a request for an executive session to discuss real estate acquisition and disposal and matters in litigation.
Okay.
That's all we have right now.
All right, Councilor Davis.
I just want to say, Mayor, Mr. City Manager, thank y'all for helping facilitate and move things along with that, helping with the, I guess we're calling it community care program, but things that have happened with Piedmont in the past as far as taking care of our needy in the community.
Thank you, sir. All right, next is the public agenda. As a reminder, everybody will have 5 minutes, and I apologize ahead of time. I don't mean to be rude, but we have to keep everybody to the same time limit. And if you can't finish, we'll afford you another 3 minutes at the end of the clerk's agenda. When you come up, just state your name, and you don't have to give your street address, but just give us your name and and state of residence. Before we start, Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, I will say regarding the indigent care and payment to Piedmont, we still need clarification on how we validate. I mean, so there has to be more conversation. We can't just go and cut a check. I just want to be clear about that.
All right, thank you. All right, the first individual on the public agenda is Ms. Lisa Sparks to discuss neglect of the elderly. Ms. Sparks, welcome.
My name is Lisa Sparks. I'm actually from Auburn, Alabama.
Yeah, we could, Chris, if you could see, they could turn the microphone volume up just a little bit. I think we had a lot of feedback early and it scared us. You may continue, ma'am.
I may begin? Okay. Okay, so this is my mom, and her name is Linda Sestito. It was her birthday yesterday, and she turned 72. Sadly, I haven't seen my mom in 953 days. As much as it hurts every time I have to say this, my mom is dead. Linda Sestito went into Magnolia Manor Nursing Home on Warm Springs Road in Columbus for a simple hip replacement, and she never made it out alive. I would come to later learn that she was just one of many. In May of 2021, my mom fell from her wheelchair, and even though she was on blood thinners and now awaiting neck surgery from a previous fall, she was not sent to the emergency room for evaluation. Instead, the staff at Magnolia Manor picked her up off the floor, said she was perfectly fine, and declared her not injured in any way. Sadly, that wasn't true. My mom actually suffered a subdural hematoma and was slowly bleeding into her brain. As you can see in her medical records, on the fourth day after she fell at 1:30 p.m., my mom started crying and screaming that she was unable to sit up in the bed, that she wasn't able to see, that she was leaning to one side, and she was saying things that didn't make sense. All of these neurological breakdowns were simply noted in her file over several hours and ignored. It wasn't until after my mom started slurring her words, became unable to speak, and started seizing that they decided to send her to the emergency room for evaluation at 4:40. This was, of course, 4 days too late. My mom never spoke again. She did, however, scream and scream and scream until her screams turned into gurgles, and she ultimately choked to death on end-of-life secretion 14 long days later. Sometime after my mom died, I made a post on Facebook about the horrors that she had endured courtesy of Magnolia Manor. All of a sudden, tons of people started sharing their horrible experiences with Magnolia Manor, one story worse than the next. Death and neglect going back decades with little to no consequence. Former employees reached out admitting of witnessing, drinking on the job, stealing and consuming patient medications and their belongings, employees literally sleeping in residents' beds, watching TV, talking and texting on their phones, abusive attitudes towards residents, consistent and purposeful understaffing, retaliation for filing complaints, employees sneaking out the side door only to return at the end of their shift to gather their belongings, hiding in the break rooms and not answering the call lights, performing duties without proper certification, and perhaps the most disgusting, leaving residents dead in their bed for hours so that the next shift can do all of the paperwork. All of this and more ignored year after year by all levels of Magnolia Manor management. In addition to the former employees, family members started reaching out to me and telling me about their loved ones and their untimely deaths. Several dead from untreated UTIs, dead from infections turned septic, dead from an oxygen tank placed out of reach, dead from not following doctor's orders regarding a type-specific chair, dead from untreated falls, dead from overdosing medications, dead from asphyxiation. Family members also reported long-term neglect, including dried feces crusted to patients' privates in their hair and under their fingernails, dried food stuck so long inside the cheeks of an Alzheimer's patient that when her daughter removed it, her cheeks bled, bed sores that are so infected and so raw the skin is literally falling off the bone, teeth rotting out of residents' mouths, sitting in dirty diapers for hours, or having on multiple diapers so as to not have to be changed, never getting regular showers or the physical therapy needed to approve. In addition to this, there are reported unsanitary conditions that have led to residents contracting scabies, bed bugs, fungal and bacterial infections. Residents' rooms reportedly have rats, snakes, cockroaches, ants, leaking pipes, mold in the walls and air conditioning units, and rust and debris in the ice machines. Needless to say, I was overwhelmed by the daily outcries of other Magnolia Manor victims, and I knew I had to do something. Fast forward 2.5 years, and I'm now the founder of a group called Magnolia Manor Victims Fighting for Change. We are over 550 members strong in just 4 months. We come before you today to beg and plead that you please shut Magnolia Manor down. Mayor Henderson, Congressman Sanford Bishop, the Long-Term Health Care Division, Attorney General Chris Carr, the Health Department, everybody is aware of the horrors happening at this facility, and year after year, nothing has changed. During the last council meeting, a female council member said, and I quote, "We want animals to be cared for, not just contained." Well, I ask you, what about our human beings? These are our parents, our grandparents, aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters. Do we not want our elderly to be cared for and not just contained? It's time to pay attention to this abused and neglected population. Thank you.
Ma'am, thank you, and I know I speak for the council when we say we're sorry for your mom's passing. Thank you. All right. Next is Mr. Marvin Broadwater Sr. regarding the purchase of a business cell phone for city council members.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, sir.
Mayor, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. City Manager. Pray all of you as well. And as always, my name is Marvin Broadwater Sr., and I reside in Columbus, Georgia. As always, I first want to thank you for your continued servant leadership, but I do have an issue. I was having a conversation with an elderly gentleman, and he said, we were talking about the city council. And he said, you know, I've sent emails and I've called, but I didn't have anybody call me back. I said, well, you know, I've never had a problem with getting in touch with them. I said, well, why don't you come down to a city council meeting with me, and maybe I'll just introduce you to your city council person. He said, I'm not going. I said, why? He said, because they won't listen. We've got to do better. Last year, I attended over 70% of your council meetings. I saw a lot of stuff go on that I didn't particularly like, but that's the business. I have one particular lane, you guys have many, and I understand that, and I respect that. But this one was kind of hard because this man is disabled. And when I hear, I always respect my elderly. And when I hear them tell me that his words does not matter to you all, that concerns me, and he can't get a hold of you. So I've never come to you without a recommendation. I know a lot of you have phone numbers on the website, but a lot of those will go to landlines and not cell phones. We have moved to a society in this day and age that operate off our cell phones. You don't go anywhere without your cell phone. So what I'm asking the city or you all to approve, to bring up, is a business cell phone. I'm very familiar with a lot of people don't want to publish their personal cell phone for everyone. I get that. But if you've got a business phone that's from the city, it will allow constituents to have better communication with you. And that's really all I have, but I would ask and pray that you consider that. We have a lot of citizens that can't come to this meeting at 9 a.m. on a Tuesday morning. I've asked a lot of you when you were running for your office, why not have a meeting on a Saturday, one per quarter? Put it in the budget. And I'm going to be, when we do our budget meeting, Councilman Thomas, I'm going to be there. I just think that we've got to have more people here in our meetings. Yeah, we know people come, and when they have a complaint, they come down here, but I'm here all the time. When I don't have a complaint, I'm still here. And I talk to a whole lot of people, just like you do in this community. And there is a concern that the communication is not with our city council. And there's a concern that we have people that are saying their word don't count. And I'm just one that's going to bring it to your attention. You guys do a lot of great things. There are a lot of things that I disagree with you on, and I respect that. I really do. But this is one I think we can do better. Thank you for your time. God bless all of you.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Crabb?
When I first was elected, I did go out and purchase a separate phone for city council calls, and I was carrying around 2 phones all day long. And it was hard to track. So I chose to, I tried a different approach and did the Google phone. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, I'm not a millennial, and that didn't work for me. What works for me is this one phone. It's my business phone, and I'm in real estate, and so it is my life. It is everything to me. And I have noticed that it's not the number that's on the website. I've asked for it to be changed, and I do believe that it's being updated. But for the record, 706-392-6116. If you want to get a hold of me, that's the way. Text or call anytime. But please try to keep it during the daytime hours. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Tucker?
Yes, I was joking because when I got elected, I'm about people getting in contact with me. So I showed Charmaine, Councilor Crabb, how to use Google Voice, but I guess she's tired of Google Voice. But I think most of all the councilors, probably except for maybe one, has used their cell phone. I think it's all the councilors use cell phones, and it's listed on the website. It doesn't go. I think the only one maybe is Councilor Huff that goes to the funeral home, but other than that, most councilors have cell phones, and we answer the phone. Often we get text messages, and exactly what Councilor Thomas was talking about. I think last week I received probably about 50 or so messages about trash, but I appreciate Director Short and Mr. Pittman for addressing those issues, but I think for the most part, we use our cell phones. So, and I think it saves the citizens money, because I used to manage cell phones at BMOC, and it's kind of costly to get cell phones. So we use cell phones. We have cell phones. Okay, we have cell phones. So, and it's listed on the website.
All right, well, we'll, thank you, Counselor, and Ms. Broadwater, thank you, sir. All right, next is Ms. Rachel Glantz regarding dangerous pit bulls in the neighborhood. Good morning.
Good morning, councilors, city manager. Good morning. I may not sound too good right now because I suffer with lupus. So right now I'm trying to hold it together right now because I'm in pain. So if you could bear with me, I really do appreciate it. The reason I'm here mostly because I live, well, first of all, again, my name is Rachel Glantz. I live in Columbus, Georgia. The neighborhood I live in, we're very close. I've been living in my neighborhood at least 20 years. And I've been very blessed to say that I've been a homeowner now almost 20 years. And I had to retire early based on my health and everything. And the neighbors and everyone has been very supportive and everything. And I had to leave, just basically like temporarily, I leave my home to for my parents to take care of me until I got my disability. And we had across the street neighbors, which is, I'm always welcoming to neighbors, moving into the neighborhood. They moved. They're not permanently, but they're renters. But they have pit bulls. They had like 4 pit bulls, and I love dogs. I mean, I really love dogs, but they are vicious. Their dogs are vicious. I was almost mauled by 2 of their pit bulls. That was last year. And that was when I first came home. Excuse me. That was when I first came home from surgery. So I called the animal control. They at the time they weren't home. The owners, they weren't home, and the animal control, they told me that, well, if they're not home by 5 o'clock, then they call the police department. So they weren't home by 5 o'clock. Next thing you know, I called. They said, I called the police, and they told me that they don't handle the animal control. They don't handle anything dealing with animals. So I'm like, okay, what can I do? They was like, well, I'm sorry, we don't handle that. So this went on. I'm basically every single day, my neighbor next door to me, she's an elderly woman. She's 72 years old. She's scared out of her mind because she's every day, like myself, because I don't have anyone to handle my front yard. I mean, as sick as I am, I have to handle my front yard because my parents, they're much older as well. We're trying to handle our front yard, my neighbor and myself, because we don't want our property messed up. And at the same time, I have to carry my gun because I'm licensed and everything. But I have to have a gun in my fanny pack and everything because I don't want to get attacked by their pit bulls. I've talked to them about their pit bulls and everything. They ignore me every time I talk to them. And I have a lab. My lab, she's there to protect me. She's also there to make sure I take my medicine every morning and at nighttime because she's, trained, for me. Well, one of their pit bull attacked my dog, and I called the animal control for that. And I have to honestly say there was one particular employee that he was very, very supportive. He handled everything, the way he should. But for some reason, otherwise, they would not. They don't seem to want to take responsibility. They don't seem to want to respect the fact that I am sick. I am tired. And when I say I'm sick, I am physically sick. I am mentally sick to a point where I can't even sleep. I have PTSD. I've had PTSD already. It's even worse now. I feel like I'm having it to a point where now I am having to have. Every day, I'm to a point where I feel like I'm having to make a choice between my freedom or my life because the pit bulls, either they're going to kill me or I'm going to go to jail because I have to kill them. I don't want that. So I need help.
Well, we can get your address. I don't want you to give it on camera, but I'll ask Josh to get your address, and we'll contact Animal Control on your behalf and try to see what kind of calls have come in over a time period. Councilor Davis?
Yes, Mayor, Mr. City Manager, and I get calls time to time dealing with situations like the young lady here is talking to us about. And recently, I'm going to take this moment because recently I've gotten 3 calls within a week dealing with the same situation, a little different, but whether it's people walking their dogs, they have kids, things like that, changes in the neighborhood, and then all of a sudden, they're confronted, same situation like you're talking about with fear of what would be termed in your mind and others vicious dogs. They don't know what to do. These people I've talked to have called animal control. Of course, the officers go out there, but they just leave them with, there's not a lot we can do because the animals are in the fence, they're not out, you need to take pictures of them out. They talk about various things, but I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't know if that's enough. That maybe whatever the citizens' rights are when it comes to this situation in their neighborhoods, maybe our animal control officers need to pass out some kind of information of what you can do in this situation, or what is your recourse, or what are your options, because most of these people call me asking me what their options are.
Yes.
And I can't really sit here and tell you what they are because they've gone different routes. One says that they've been fined several times, but they keep paying the fine, and the animals are still running wild. One of them says that, every time the officers come, the fence is 4 foot tall, but the dogs are much bigger. They're in, but as soon as they leave, they're back out.
That's
Especially if you're walking your dogs, they will jump the fence. And Mayor, it's in close to your neighborhood. Our people are talking about this, and I know it's a concern, and nobody should live in fear like that in their neighborhood. So I think we need to do, is there a way to provide a better information sheet or something of what the recourse is, of what citizens can actually do? Because most of them are calling me asking for help, and they don't know what to do, and they're being told that there's not much they can do, and I know that's not the situation. And I am not as knowledgeable on the law as a lot of people are on what exactly your rights, other than an experience I had with my mother-in-law where a dog jumped and bit her. And of course, later it had to go to recorder's court, environmental court, and they deemed the animal, vicious, and it was taken care of. But that takes a long time. Meanwhile, one lady told me that she's scared to death of her 1-year-old and her 4-year-old that goes out, she won't let them go out in the yard and play because of a new resident in the area that doesn't really respect the situation in the neighborhood and is allowing the problem to happen, knowing that something could happen. They're just not managing it very well. It's just, you got a lot of responsible, and I have pets. All my kids have pets. We have pets. We always have pets. But I think that there's a responsible aspect of this, of managing your pets and making sure that you do the right things that protect others around. Just be considerate of others. But I'm hearing that a lot lately. I don't know why, but I am.
Thank you. Counselor Tucker? Oh. Yeah, City Manager.
I think you asked, what can we do and what can we hand out? And Director Short is here, but the one thing I can have them do is collect a list of frequently asked questions, like you ask what, and create a pamphlet or flyer that animal control officers can have with them, and they can give those to citizens, and will likely include the question that citizen would have. And so I'm happy to have them work on a frequently asked question pamphlet. And if you've got questions around the table or others that you think should be included in the frequently asked questions, and of course, there will be a response to those frequently asked questions in that pamphlet, we would happily receive those from you and make sure we include those.
Councilor Tucker.
Yes, I don't know if Director Short is gonna say anything, but the area where Miss Rachel live, and I appreciate you for coming and speaking about this. But it's not only the dogs that's behind the fence, it's a lot of pit bulls that's roaming the streets as well. I think District 4 has probably like a real bad problem right now with pit bulls. And one of the things I actually was gonna ask is, I know that we have, I think that we give a certificate for spay and neuter, but it does not, when we have those different, I guess like clinics where it's 31903, 31907 is not, but 31907 has a severe problem with pits. We have a problem with pits, and I told you this a while ago when I was on Buena Vista Road passing, somebody's breeding
Yes.
pit bulls, and I know you know because you passed by that sign too probably, but they have a sign saying pits for sale.
I noticed that, and I'm trying to figure out, because I know my neighbor, the one I'm talking about right now, I don't know if they're doing that, because I've noticed that sometimes I would see 4, then there's times I see 2, then I see another 4. It's like their numbers are changing. But I noticed that they're not in attendance with the dogs either.
Yeah.
What they do, they just let them out. And there's time they're not even home. And my neighbor next door, I noticed that, I have to literally watch her, because, it's one thing to be sick, but she's an elderly woman. And that, she's a very sweet lady, but no matter what, no one deserves to be mauled, and if I have to go out, I'm so sorry to say, but if I have to go out there and put down a dog for trying to maul an elderly woman, I would do that. And this is something that I fear, because I've never been in trouble with the law. And I've asked, to be honest with you, and I have a date down here, which is actually on March the 5th, when I actually asked one of the officers on the phone, when I called 911, and I asked him, I said, what is the consequence of me doing that? If the dog is in my yard, because, I know you can't do that otherwise, if they're not in your yard. He told me to Google it. And I thought that was very rude to say, because I'm like, well, I'm trying to make sure that my rights are cleared. But in the meantime, I figured, okay, yes, I Googled it. And when I did Google it, every person that I read up on that went in this situation, they said, you're going to have to kill them because of the way they're built. The pit bulls, the way they're built, their jaws, everything. You cannot fight them.
Right.
You have, once they're ready to bite you, once they're ready to, there's no way.
Well, I know Director Short will help. I'm very sensitive to this because my dad, and I say my dad because I got a grandmother now that's in the hospital, and actually I'll probably be leaving because she's getting surgery. But my paternal grandmother was mauled by 2 pits on 8th Street, right up the street from here. And 6 months later, she passed away.
And I'm scared of that.
And
Yes.
it's serious to my heart, and that's why I want to let you know that I'm gonna do whatever I can as your District 4 representative, and I know Director Short will help, because we have had several conversations about this. So thank you for coming and speaking on this.
Thank you. Because with me having lupus, I can't take any chances with my
Yes,
health.
ma'am. Councilor
I
Crabb?
Thank you. This is a serious situation. I have a client that lives in Waverly Hall. She was walking her dogs one day, and a group of pits attacked her dog, and she was trying to protect her dog, and she got mauled. It killed her dog, and she has had multiple surgeries, will continue to have surgeries probably for the rest of her life, and her face will never be the same. Even I've never seen her without a hat since. So And she got a nice little settlement from, because she had talked about these dogs, and she had brought them up to the city council and to the police in Waverly Hall, and nothing was done about it. We've got to do something about it. And so, City Attorney, could you please pull all the ordinances, resolutions, anything that we have, state law, local law, about what's on the books that we can do about this? And we as a body might need to review that and see if what's on the books is being enforced or if we need to make some changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, you can sit down. Your time is up. If they have a direct question for you, we'll allow you to come back to the,
Thank you so much.
yes, ma'am. Counselor Begley?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the answer to this because I mean, I think there's three sides. I've got friends with pit bulls who are very sweet and would not hurt anything. I also understand from some of the owners that have aggressive dogs that they feel like it's needed for their safety. And also I've been to houses where everything was done, there was a fence, but there's no way my kids would have played in the backyard because you could easily tell the dogs could jump over, and I would be very fearful for my family. And so to piggyback on what Councilor Crabb said, it'd be nice to see some suggested best practices. I don't know if that's from GMA of how we can improve our local ordinances. I don't know if animal control has other best practices that other states are doing, or even if it's hearing from some of our nonprofits, but if there's any suggestions around whether it's ordinances we can enact or even if there's some type of funding we need to do to address some of these roaming groups, I'd like to see that to figure out how we can support it and implement a change.
Can I speak? Okay. Good morning, first of all, and Happy New Year's to everyone that I haven't seen yet. I think there's some things that we do need to look at as far as strengthening our laws as it pertains to unattended animals, but I would like to make 2 points. The first point is to all of our animal owners out there. You are held responsible and accountable for the actions of your animals. It is their responsibility to make sure their animals are confined on their property and not able to get out. With that being said, let me also say to those individuals that call animal control because they were charged, we do have a law that is entitled Snap, Growl, and Threat, meaning you were not actually bitten, but it scared you bad enough that you called animal control. Often, too many times, people will not press charges. They don't want to go to court. We don't see the animal off the right-of-way. So we cannot issue a citation unless that individual says, yes, I want to go to court and say that I was snap, growled, and threatened by this animal, and I want to take it as far as it can go. As I stated before, too many times, people will say, well, I don't want to go to court. I just want you to go over there and take their dog. Well, legally, we can't do that. Animals are considered private property. If the animal bites someone, and a bite, understand, is classified as a break in the skin, doesn't have to be a maul, just a break in the skin gives us the authority to impound that animal and put it under quarantine for those 10 days. But if the owner does what they're supposed to do, the animal has its rabies, the animal has all of its shots, they can come and get their animal back. We cannot just take the animal and dispose of it or give it away to someone else. So it takes a team to be able to get these owners responsible, but most importantly, we need the victim or the person who's calling animal control support and stating, we want to press charges. I want to go to court. Without that, it's as if it never even happened. So it's really important that we have your support when people do call, and I'm speaking to the public right now. When you call, understand that we're going to issue citations for no rabies, no city permit, things of that nature that we don't have to physically see in the eyes of the courts. We can issue those citations. But if you want to issue a snap, growl, or threat, meaning it scared you, it chased you, whatever, it takes you to come to court to be our witness in order for the judge to take action. We can flag an account if a person is issued a citation, and let's just say they're what we call one of our habitual violators. We flag those people so that if it does happen again and they are issued a citation, they cannot go and just pay the fine. They have to go before the judge. So it takes all of us working together in order to get our animal owners who are being reckless with their animals to understand that they will be held accountable.
Thank you, Director.
And we definitely will look at the ordinances and things in conjunction with the city attorney.
Okay. Thank you, Director.
You're welcome.
Councilor Thomas?
Mr. City Manager, in reference to the request from Councilor Davis about some kind of a flyer, I would think that there are a lot of citizens out there who have these kinds of issues who don't know to call animal control. They call 911, or they call 311, or they call someone else. So when you develop this flyer, you may want to develop an additional flyer to give to the 911 operators, the 311 operators, so that as people call, they know exactly what to tell them to do to get to the proper force. And I'm sure that the 911 operators and the 311 operators will welcome that kind of information because they may not know. They personally may not know exactly what to do. So keep that in mind and quite frankly, I think the counselors would benefit from that kind of thing because we get those kinds of calls too. And so if you it may be just a general, response, but make sure that anyone that you think may be getting calls, get some kind of a flyer or something to say, this is what you say to these people and this is who you pay. I don't want to give them information as you were talking because I want to make sure that the information I give them is absolutely correct. And so I want to be able to refer them to animal control and let animal control tell them these kinds of things. So if you look into all of those other folks that may also need that kind of information. Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Councilor Cogle?
I don't want to go down too much of a rabbit hole, but just since we brought up the topic of spay and neuter, how much are we going out and enforcing our spaying and neutering requirements and ordinances?
Well, we are working on getting back on track on doing that. We have had a lot of shortages in the last couple of years, which didn't allow us to do the follow-up on the adoptions for spay and neuter. We are looking to put some things in the budget this year that would allow us to go ahead and have them done before they're even adopted. That is our ultimate goal. We don't want anything to come out of our shelter that is not already fixed. Right now, we have 3 officers on each shift. Those officers are responding to calls and doing some follow-up when they have the opportunity to do that follow-up.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Davis?
Yes, Councilor Kogle, I'm glad you brought that up. I would like to circle back and continue that conversation we were having with Animal Control and Dr. Hall. I know we had some other things to do that day and we kind of got cut off. I still have questions on behalf of the citizens that I would like to ask and become more knowledgeable about, including some of the things that Councilor Kogle just talked about. Councilor Thomas, thank you for bringing that up. One of the things in talking to my constituents is that sometimes, yes, on the weekends, they have problems and it's my understanding, they tell me they call animal control, but nobody goes out on the weekends. I don't know if that's the case or not, but then they call 911 and, it's 2 different worlds there, but, officers are their duties and tied down and what exactly they can and can't do. So it becomes a little confused of what exactly I need to do because the person's deeming it as a sincere emergency. So and that's a little confusion. I don't know what we can do if that's the case, what we can do on the weekends, but we need to figure out how we can help in those situations because a lot of these citizens they just feel like there's no help or no recourse and nobody's.
Right.
Look, I mean, it's just one side of it.
Right.
It's very complex. But then you got the other side where we're talking about vicious animals, but then you got abuse and neglect over here.
Correct.
That I've heard cases of people identifying abuse, serious abuse and neglect out in the community, which is, that just, you know, I can't tolerate that. But, you know, they're trying to deal with an issue and they can't get help on their side. So how do you bridge that medium of where people can still get some kind of guidance or help? Maybe in the pamphlet that we're going to send out or put together, which I think is a great idea, to give to people because, and give them something that they can have that you can leave them with. At least they feel a lot better about that. And they have some idea about direction. But I think that part needs, like Councilor Thomas said, that needs to be, you know, we need to work on that a little bit. But I want to go back to something and clarify what you just said. You said snap, growl, was it growl?
Snap, growl, and threat. Snap, growl,
What's the
and
last?
threat.
Grab?
Threat.
Threat,
Threat.
okay.
Snap, growl,
All right.
threat.
I told somebody one time I'm over 50. I can't see, I can't hear, I can't remember. But, and definitely my hearing's going, but, yeah. Threat.
Snap, growl, threat. Correct. That means you weren't physically bitten.
Can a citizen, when situation happen, what is the experience of animal control when you go to environmental court and in front of a judge? What's the experience, the first offense or second offense? How is that usually handled?
Well, the judge makes that ruling, but I will say that we have been working very hard with our current environmental court judge, who has been very stern on anything that comes before her that is under animal control.
But from your experience, what usually happens?
They just find.
They find?
They find them, yes.
That's kind of what I've been told, and then it happens all over
Right.
again. So, okay. But if the citizen, you're telling me, or you're telling the citizens that they can file that complaint and they could turn it up a notch and file the snap, growl, threat.
One and the same, correct.
And is
If
that
they're-
just building a case or it goes straight to environmental court?
No, it is a ticket that is issued to the owner of the animal that requires them to go before the court.
Okay, okay. That helps me a lot. Thank
Yes.
you. Thank
And let me just clarify, 911 typically has been our dispatching agency. That's all. But when we were going through our shortages, we had to change our scheduling because we didn't have enough officers to be on the street for all 3 shifts. So we had to change it to if it was an emergency, meaning an injured animal or a bite case, then we had an officer that was on call that was contacted by 911 to go to that location and handle the situation. Outside of that, 911 is strictly our dispatching agency after 5 p.m. up to 6 a.m. After that, then animal control opens and it takes over dispatching as well as, dispatching the officers to the locations. And the weekends, that's correct. So after 5 p.m. during the weekday, up to 6 a.m., and then on weekends, 911 is our dispatching agency.
And Mayor, I don't want to belabor the point, but our 911 is overwhelmed. Can I say that?
They do a great job, but
They do a
get
great
lot of
job, but they're
calls.
overwhelmed. They get a lot of calls. That's what I'm saying, but you don't, I think we're still trying to build that office and get it stronger to capacity. I don't know, I see some heads shaking out there, but you know, I'm just saying, I don't know if it's a budget matter or something we can do to maybe, again, I used the term bridge the gap. I'm not so sure that, look, an emergency's emergency. I mean, I think everybody knows what I'm talking about here, but you got 911 that are directing police officers and things that are happening out there in that world, and fire and EMS and all the emergencies there across the board. I don't, you know, is there time to make it all happen, or do we need to look at how we can maybe manage that side of it? You know, I don't know if that's the disconnect or some things that are happening, but can we look at that, Mayor?
Yeah, we can take a look at it. I'm not so sure.
you know
that
what
the
I'm talking about,
dispatch-
right?
The dispatch is the issue. The issue is the personnel, having, for the most part, having enough people that can respond to these emergency
Correct.
calls without having to send police officers out there. So it is a budgetary issue, and I think we need to look at it from a staffing perspective to try to have enough people on call
Yeah.
to be able to get them dispatched.
Well, is it a legitimate concern?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. City Manager.
Counselor Tucker?
I'm sorry.
Okay. No, that's fine. All right. Thank you, Drew.
You're welcome.
All right, Ms. Elamine texted this morning, said she was not going to be able to be here, so we'll move to Mr. Nathan Smith, speaking regarding the internal audit response. Mr. Smith, good morning.
Good morning. Happy New Year to everybody. Two quick things that I would like to talk about. The first thing is, I would like to stand here and ask this council for $50 million and a place to start my business.
Well, as long as you signed up to speak about it, we'd let you do that, but you're still here to talk about the internal audit response.
Well, all right. It seems like, and I am absolutely here to talk about that. I don't know why we are wanting to discuss baseball, and which is going to end up raising our taxes, raising the millage rates.
When are you going to get to the
those
topic?
type things, but I'll be happy to move on to the internal audit.
That'd be good.
Because actually, you don't want my input on that. I'll send a nice email later.
We look forward to it.
Absolutely. So, the internal audit, the big conversation surrounding the audit was $45.1, $45.1 million. That was stated over and over again that was missing. To gain clarity of the situation, I went back and looked at the internal audit's report. I watched it on YouTube several times. Ironically, our internal auditor never said $45.1 million was missing. That came from the finance department in their response, which was a complete gaslighting of this council, the public. We went on to discuss this missing $45 million. We got all the preachers riled up, coming down here. Had the deputy city manager losing a night's sleep, stood here with tears in her eyes, talking about a missing $45.1 million that the internal auditor never said was missing. She said it was an unrealized opportunity. And the circus that ensued afterwards with the mayor going on WRBL saying that the auditor was mistaken. But she never said that, people. And I cannot believe that we allowed her to be disparaged and everything. And then when, we don't have all the information, we keep getting put off time and time again. It was supposed to be in December. It was supposed to be today. Obviously, somebody's trying to get the story right somewhere. And we would rather talk about baseball than the results from our audit. Our finance department and city manager's department is obviously in a state of crisis. They don't have the employees. That's what they said in their response. They don't have employees. How are they managing another $50 million in debt and things that they're going to have to deal with? They can't handle it, Mayor. We need to get this audit done, get our results, clean up our house. There's great opportunity right here in this council. I saw the fire EMS chief this morning, a great man. This council's responsible for that leadership. I looked behind me and I saw our great police chief come in this morning. You're responsible for that leadership. But guess what? You're also responsible for the bad leadership. One thing I did hear at the last meeting when the audit results were stated, the city manager said that, and I couldn't agree with him more, he said he's done. And I hope that when we get the results from this audit, we'll see, in fact, that he is done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Councilor Begley?
I do want to speak just as the chair of the audit committee, and I'll ask Councilor Tucker to speak on anything that I miss. So I appreciate that you aren't getting distracted by the topic of the day. A lot of times politicians do that. And so the internal audit it is important, and we are still having active discussions about it. At this point, and I don't like disparaging employees, whether it's the finance director or internal auditor. These are employees who are trying to do a job, and they take their job very seriously, and I don't like any of our city employees being disparaged. We have given the internal auditor, she asked for 60 months of unredacted bank statements. We've got her 59. I think there was an error with one, and we're getting that to her once we know like the exact one she needs. So she'll have all the bank statements requested. She's going, if she asks for deposit slips, we're going to get those to her. And she also said that, it is a lot of information, right? So 60 months, that is, and she takes her job very seriously. And so I don't want to do anything to rush her and say, hey, get this information out. I don't want to do that at all. And so I respect the internal auditor. I want to give her her time. And she's also said that she would, it'd also be helpful if she takes 100 of the list of her report, and we can ask the finance department to show evidence on that, so it's not all falling on the internal auditor. And so we've got a couple different paths we're taking, and we're getting her the information. And I do not want to rush her. I respect her job. I know she takes it very seriously. And so I want to make sure that she has all the information she needs, that she can provide an update without feeling pressured. And Councilor Tucker, if you want to add anything else to that, you're.
Thank you, sir. All right, next, and I overlooked Ms. Glantz, and I apologize for, I'm sorry, Ms. Golden. And I apologize for that. So Ms. Golden, you're here to discuss neglect of the elderly as well. All I'd ask you is that we talk about a different case.
Here's my brother. Yeah, he's on. Remember, they won't look at him.
Can she show pictures on the?
No, we typically don't allow pictures on the telestrator, do we?
Okay. Hey, my name's Evelyn Golden. My brother Carl Steve Layfield at Magnolia Manor. And Magnolia Manor, Georgia Victims Fighting for a Change. Mr. Layfield's hygiene, I'm gonna start off with, he had dementia, his seizures, and our mother was in her 70s, so she wasn't able to take care of him. Our family worked and all in full-time jobs, and some of them's out of town. Mr. Layfield he was diabetic, had to come to me a lot of UTIs, dementia, and during the time of the COVID, he broke his arm. Magnolia Manor didn't even realize he broke his arm. Our mother, the one found out he had broke his arm. He fell one day, the ambulance picked him up, and they took him to the hospital and stitched him up. And after they stitched him up, brought him back, he wasn't there 20 minutes later. They said that the ambulance didn't notify them that he had brought him back. He fell and busted his head in the same spot. So when they called me and told me he had took back to the hospital, he had fractured his jaw and everything else where he had fell. And they kept him in the hospital. When he got there, he was black and blue from one end to the other. Looked like he'd been into a fight instead of falling. I mean, he was bruised all over, head, back, shoulders, arms, legs. The hygiene, we never could get him to keep the hygiene. His toenails was probably 2 inches long. He had fingernails, he had feces up in his fingernails where they didn't clean them. When we was going over there, my sister and I, we would take care of him, clean him up and change his bed and, give him a bath if he needed a bath. And then COVID hit. When COVID hit, they wouldn't let nobody go in there to see him. And like I said, he just constantly fell. He probably fell 15 to 20 times. He fell so much that they give him a helmet to wear on his head, so if he did fall, it would keep hurting his head. They took the tissue out of the restrooms because he had dementia real bad, so he wasn't aware of how much tissue he was using. So they took the tissue out of the restroom and told him, when you need tissue, come find me. He had dementia. There wasn't no way in the world he could get up and run up and down the hall to get tissue when they needed to use the restrooms. He fell on the 3rd of 2022. He hit his head. He was never took to the hospital. I'd go over and check on him and see about him, call over there, and they said every time I'd go over, they said that he was sleep resting, and he was fine. So I went over the next day, still he was asleep. They said he was resting, but he was fine. He'd been up walking around. Anyway, he was never took to the hospital, and on the 3rd of 7th, 2022, he passed. He had said he had a chronic kidney disease and a cardiovascular disease. If he was took to the hospital, you know, they said the cardiovascular disease, that they could probably, you know, if he would have been took to the hospital, he might still be around today. And when he fell, he did not have his helmet on at all. Thank y'all.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, next is Mr. Timothy Veals regarding concerns with neighborhood not being cleaned up and safety on Head Street for pedestrians. Mr. Veal, welcome.
Good morning to everyone.
Morning, sir.
Timothy Veal, 1039 Brook Road, Coloma, Georgia, 31903. First of all, I just want to thank the mayor and the city council for, I know y'all been doing a great job. You know, we always can find fault. Right now, I just want to talk about safety concern right there in my little neighborhood on Head Street. I live on Brook Road and Head Street, right there down the street. You know, Head Street ain't so big. We got these two big ditches on each side. You know, the kids don't have nowhere to walk. And so I think to leave a sidewalk just on one side would be a big help. Also, when you go straight up to Head Street to Benny Drive, it's hard to get out that little intersection where you're making right or left. To me, they need to put a caution light in the camera. Should be on that end right there. That's what I recommend it, but on the safety part and that part. Also, I've been out there about 19 years. I do see one thing that y'all did improve a little bit, but it can be more. Y'all improved the street a little bit better. So a lot of people are, say they like that. You know, I heard a lot of compliments about that. But also, now I want to talk about the litter in the rundown housing in the neighborhood. Now, I must say, some must be working because 2 houses here have been bought. And whoever bought them, they're doing a good job on them. Right there on Cabin Avenue. And, they're doing a good job on Head Street. They're doing a good job on it. So it already looks better. You ride down Head Street now, you look a whole lot better compared to where it used to look. And also, I think that was Thursday when I went there to do my routine, pick up the paper. The car came down there running about 80 miles per hour. You ain't have far to go. But I don't know why. But anyway, I would like to see police ride through the neighborhood a little bit more. You know, I remember back in the day, every now and then, you see a police car just park, when nobody be in it, and just park. You know, that made people slow down a little bit. So, and also, getting back to the clean up part. 731 Winston Road, apartment complex. And these apartment complexes, they used to have a dump. Now they got trash can out there. I don't know, there ain't no more about that house. They don't have the city trash can. That's about then. Right now, I came through there this morning, it was turned over. To me, that don't make no sense. I've been complaining about them for a minute. They all have the city trash can. And also, when y'all first came up with the city trash can, y'all told people how to put the trash to the roads. and people still can't do that. I don't understand that. To me, we need to start putting some ticket at it, because the generation ain't like it used to be now. So, you know what I'm saying? You need to start put some ticket on these trash cans. They not like they supposed to be. Because the guy that driving the truck, he can't pick it up for whatever reason. And just like the yard man came through my neighborhood the other day, I know they said they were shouting on the yard people, they shouting for whatever reason. But you come through there and pick up some trash, don't pick up all of it. Y'all talking about you in the neighborhood, pick up all the yard waste, don't leave some. Yeah, so, you know, I don't know what that situation was, but to me, that didn't make no sense. And some of the streets, like I said, they did some of the streets, but they didn't do all of them. But, you know, I ready to take a little bit at a time just to take none. So for it at City of Columbus, fetch around Benny Drive, Casino Road right there. The property owner need to do a better job with their property. Then too, I think that will eliminate crime. If you make people clean up, that eliminate crime. So I just thank y'all for the work that y'all done, so thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Veal. Okay, that concludes the public agenda. So, Mr. City Manager, we'll move to your agenda, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning to each of you. Happy New Year. Only got purchases and a couple of updates this morning. And the first on the agenda is something that we, last night and this morning, would make you realize that we all need one, and that's weather alert radios. And so asking your approval for 1,500 radios and batteries from Midland Radio Corporation, $39,226 at $26.15 each. We're asking your approval.
All right, there's a motion to approve A through I. Is there a second? I know Councilor Thomas has a, yes, ma'am.
Mr. City Manager, these 1,500 weather alert systems, to whom will they be distributed?
To citizens, 1,500.
We've got our
Yeah,
EMA director here.
yeah.
Yes, sir, Mayor, Mr. City Manager, Council. This was a grant that we applied for through GEMA and FEMA, Georgia Emergency Management and Federal Emergency Management. This grant allows us to purchase 1,500 NOAA weather radios and the batteries for them. They will be placed in all city buildings, all departments, all healthcare facilities, assisted livings, nursing homes, all schools, and we will have about 500 left to be distributed to the public at different events that we go to. So this is a huge push towards preparedness. We do everything we can to have the best notification system for Columbus for any severe weather, including our outdoor warning sirens. We're in the process of building a smartphone app now, and also our Civic Ready alert system as well. So this is just one more component that we get the message out to the public.
Have you gotten to the point where how those 500 or so private citizens would qualify for one of these?
Yes, ma'am. There is no qualification for it per se. What our plan is we have a plan to give out or do severe weather preparedness and just disaster preparedness. And as we go to those different events, that we would be able to give those out at those different events. And also on a need basis, if someone calls and they can't afford a severe weather radio, our plan is to issue that to them. We have no restrictions on how we do that. We based in our grant application, the way the numbers fell out, that the remaining 500 would be given to the citizens of Columbus.
And Mr. Corbett, I personally would like to thank you for your keeping us as council and the citizens in Columbus informed about what's going on. And are we done today?
It's my privilege. Yes, ma'am. Well, I think we're done today. As we were sitting in here, the last bit of the storm passed through. We were very fortunate this morning. We had a few limbs and trees, not many power outages, and some folks to our south didn't fare as well. I think we had a few tornado warnings, but we were very fortunate in Columbus.
Great. Thank you for your work.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, Mr. Corbett does a great job for both the emergency management and for our homeland security. and he does a great job of keeping everybody informed. Now, Counselor Tucker, was that a second for A through I, or just for A? A through I. All right, there's a motion and a second to approve the purchases A through I. We will go ahead and call the question, but we will allow the city manager to walk through each of those. So all in favor of those, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay, Ms. City Manager, if you would, just tell the people what we voted on.
And I will, Mayor, but I would like to join you and Councilor Thomas in thanking Homeland Security Director Chance Corbett. He's the best. I mean, when things are happening, he's communicating, he's rolling, he's keeping you informed. I mean, minute by minute, and so he does excellent work, and I appreciate all of the support that he has provided to me. But radio, you've heard about the weather alert radios, and then we've got the First Avenue sidewalk project. It's $406,710.50. And that is doing all of the work to connect the sidewalk to the Riverwalk, starting up on First by Mercy Med, up in that area, connecting the Housing Authority and so forth. We've got change order 2, Metro Park and Ride. This is required for installation of charging stations and bollards. We've got demolition services, annual contract on an as-needed basis with inspections and codes. That demolition service is also available to other city departments, such as community reinvestment or highway coordinator, division, planning department, et cetera. We got staffing software for fire and EMS department. It's $32,000. Also, that council approved payment for annual software subscription fees for them. I've got membership dues for Georgia Municipal Association. That is $44,425.51. We've got video wall addition for Columbus Police Department. Includes installation of 4 additional monitors for the existing video wall housed in emergency management. We've got camera integration platform for Columbus Police Department. That will provide a camera integration platform that allows the monitoring of video feeds from multiple public and private owned sources. We've got additional license plate reader cameras for the Columbus Police Department. This will involve a number of flock cameras, and for the Columbus Police Department will really get them where they need to be with flock cameras. Those are the purchases, Mr. Mayor. We had one emergency purchase for Columbus Fire EMS for a drone, so we did move forward on that for them back on December 19th.
Okay. We have a question, I think, Counselor Tucker.
No, I actually was going to thank Director Chance Corbett. When you asked the question, Counselor Thomas, about how he gives out the the weather radios at the senior citizen, I can't remember what the number was that you had brought, but it was a hit to the senior citizen community. I know it was way over 200 that was in attendance at Shirley B, but they went fast, and the senior citizens, I think, because a lot of them don't use phones, it's a huge benefit for them to have them at their home. So thank you for providing that for the senior citizens.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, with that, I've got 2 updates. The first one is coming from Jim Arndt, golf director at Bull Creek, Oxbow, Godwin Creek Golf Courses. I'm going to ask him to come forward at this time. Jim Arndt, and then he will be followed by HR Director Rita Hollowell with the Columbus Police Department Recruitment and Retention update. Mr. Arndt.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Great, I do have a slideshow here. So wanted to thank everybody for the opportunity That's better, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for the opportunity to let me talk about Godwin Creek today. And, please stop and ask me questions at any time.
Adjust your mic.
So in case you don't know where Godwin Creek is located, if you don't know, you've probably driven by it many times, almost daily. It's about 2 blocks off of Second Avenue, very close to the Second Avenue and Manchester Expressway connection. So recently, we've had a feasibility report performed by the leading entity in golf market analysis, the National Golf Foundation. And that report was, it was performed on behalf of Oxbow Creek, but I'll get to how it applies to Godwin Creek. But anyway, Oxbow Creek, we have 3 courses, right? Bull Creek, Oxbow Creek, Godwin Creek. And Oxbow Creek, the feasibility report was performed to determine whether or not it would be feasible to build 9 more holes at Oxbow Creek. Oxbow Creek is busy and the parking lot is full almost daily. So the reason that I am bringing this forward is they noted in this very in-depth report from the nation's leading market analysis firm, they noted that the Columbus market was very fortunate to have facilities like Godwin Creek and Oxbow Creek as it is a feeder system. We have beginners, we have people who are looking for affordable golf, and then we have more of a championship golf outing type of facility at Bull Creek. So it works well together. To let the cat out of the bag a little bit, I'll get back to it another time, but the National Golf Foundation did find that it was feasible to expand Oxbow Creek. While I was on it, I thought I would mention it. And I won't go into all these details that I highlighted, but basically it's just, it's another compliment from a leader in the industry saying that Columbus is well-positioned, has a good strategy for golf. So what's going to be different at Godwin Creek? So first, I'd like to say what would be the same. What would be the same is the previous operators at Godwin Creek did a very good job in a lot of ways. And Saturday morning clinics for junior golfers, open to the public. Anybody can come. So we do plan on continuing those. Volunteer staffing. Primarily volunteers operate Godwin Creek, primarily. So definitely would like to continue to take advantage of that. What would be different is, as a PGA golf professional, I have access to PGA programs. So first of all, the instruction would be either from a PGA person like myself, or it would be supervised. So there's a lot of, well, the next point is high school students, it's basically like it comes full circle. They've gone through the program, and then they come back and they help younger kids themselves, but supervised by a PGA instructor, people who've dedicated their life to the industry. More PGA influence. Here's another example. This would not be the only junior program, but here's another example of a junior program that I would plan to run at Godwin Creek. It's called PGA Junior League. PGA Junior League is a great program. It offers a program for children 8 to 13 and from 14 to 19. Some good points about PGA Junior League. Funded by the PGA of America. There is funding for underprivileged youth. This is an area that I think that we need to do a better job on. If a child is currently on a school lunch program, 100% of their fees are paid for by the PGA of America. So it doesn't cost them anything. Typically, it would cost, to participate in a PGA Junior League program, it would cost $99 once a year and $269 per program. So if we had a program in the spring, the summer, and the fall, it's $99 plus $269 times 3. If you're on a school lunch program, you don't pay a penny. For instruction, for course time, for anything. If a if a child is, if their parent or grandparent is either active duty or retired military, they pay the $99 fee and that's it. They don't pay the $269 per program ever. So we have a lot of that. So that's another great benefit, all through the PG of America. PG of America pays for it. Another very important aspect of success at Godwin Creek is community support. I am happy to tell you that there's already been some significant support pledged for Godwin Creek, and we're just getting started operating as far as us operating goes. So I think once we get involved, I think there'll be a lot more community support. So, but it is needed. Another example of PJ impact. It is my honor that I will be able to announce the first ever Georgia PGA Goodwill Southern Rivers / Gene Sillers Memorial Grant recipient. As a PGA professional, I get this pick. It's the first one. The recipient, they don't know who they are yet. It is the son of a Columbus veteran, and this veteran also participates in our PGA Hope program, which is a fee-free program for veterans that we perform primarily at Oxbow Creek. It's a great program. I'll show you a picture in a second. But this recipient, this grant, is going to award $3,000 to help a young man who might not otherwise be able to afford it, to help with, to play in tournaments, competitions, instruction, golf expenses that they might not be able to afford. So it's a great thing. It's going to happen annually. So there's this funding will happen annually. It'll be $3,000 from now on. It won't always be in Columbus. It'll be primarily in West Georgia, South Georgia, but I'm sure Columbus will get at least our share of the award recipients. PJ Hope, I told you about that program. Here's a picture of participants at a PJ Hope event at Oxbow Creek. And the reason this is relevant is that many of these veterans and active duty military people already serve as volunteers at Bull Creek, Oxbow Creek, and Godwin Creek. They serve as a great resource for us to be able to draw from to operate, and in this case, I'm talking about Godwin Creek. So they're great people. So I'm getting to the nuts and bolts of it. So here's a picture of the existing equipment at Godwin Creek. The item in the top left is a 2005 model. All the items that are red are 2005 Toro pieces of equipment. They were used when the previous operators took over, and they're even more used now. This particular piece of equipment is called an out front mower. It's used to mow rough, except it doesn't work. So the previous operators had abandoned it, and basically they paid somebody to come in and mow the rough. That's not really cost efficient in the long run. What we need to do is to replace the equipment, which I do address in my proposal to you today to operate for the rest of the fiscal year. The golf carts that you see, they're 2017 models. My proposal today is going to be to rent these golf carts for 6 more months, and then we're going to address what we're going to do going forward with golf carts in the fiscal year 25 budget. So here's some more older equipment. You see the old tractor. I don't know what year it is. We use it for spraying chemicals on the golf course. Well, all three of these items are not in good shape. None of them would be actually something that we would use at Bull Creek or Oxbow Creek. It's there to that point. The item in the middle with the yellow canopy on it is a fairway mower. Again, it's the 2005 model. And then the item on the right is a greens mower. So there's one greens mower, one fairway mower, and we need one rough mower. Godwin Creek is not, it's not a big piece of property. That's not good. I may need some help. Oh, there we go, good. Okay. So here's a sign that is at Godwin Creek. If you haven't been there, I don't know how old this sign is, but it's pretty old. But at one point, if you were a bib family, you could play golf at Godwin Creek for 50 cents. However, the general public had to pay the regular rate of 75 cents. And you could rent 4 clubs with a bag and 1 ball for 40 cents. And if you were lucky enough to be able to return the ball, you got a 10-cent refund. So this is in the clubhouse at Godwin Creek, and I definitely want to hold on to it because I think it tells a pretty cool story, and it's funny. Here's a view of the clubhouse from the back of the clubhouse at Godwin Creek. You can see the netting, which is, there's not a practice range there, so balls are hit off of a mat into the net, so you don't really get to see ball flight. But that's what we're looking at. So just so you know what it's a very basic look in the pro shop, so there's nothing fancy going on there. Definitely have some plans to dress it up a little bit best we can. This is a look from the parking lot at the other side of the clubhouse. The parking lot is, we're going to need to do some paving and some painting on the parking lot, but that's the look from the parking lot. And then this is a look of Godwin Creek that runs straight through the property. I know in the past the city has actually dredged the creek. The creek serves as the golf course's main water source. So what's happened is as trash and silt and stuff is built up in it, our water source our capacity is much less, which means the chances of us having to pay for city water to irrigate the golf course is higher. So it would be very much appreciated if we could actually dredge that creek and have more capacity for water and keep our operating costs down. Okay, so I'll get to the nuts and bolts of today's proposal. The items in yellow, you can see these are items that we need. If it says fiscal year 25, that means I plan to come back to you guys and present that in a fiscal year 25 budget. But the items are fiscal year 24. You can see the 6 golf carts. So that's in my presentation today, renting those 6 golf carts. There's a 0-turn John Deere mower. That's what we would use to mow the rough with. So proposing the lease for that is in there. And then also a utility vehicle, proposing a lease in there. So those are the items that will be in today's proposal request. And just to go over, I won't go over each line item, but the maintenance of Godwin Creek, I have it at just under $49,000 for the 6 months to operate. As far as the operations go, that's just a little bit over $37,000. So a total operating and maintenance expenses for 6 months, I have it estimated at just a tiny bit over $86,000. Revenue. So I have revenue, basically I have it as a break even. However, you'll see the item that's in blue is we're going to need a little bit over $30,000 to come from somewhere else. This is all a budget. Reality is going to be reality, but I can tell you that a significant portion of that $30,000 is already pledged. So I don't think there's not a lot of risk involved here, if my numbers work out like they should. So the actual proposal today is to request for funding not to exceed $100,000 to operate Godwin Creek from January 1st to June 30th, 2024. And that is the proposal. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mayor and
Yes,
council.
sir.
Of course, you know how we got here. The transition of Godwin Creek from the previous overseers, operators to, Bull Creek. And so obviously that's going to come with some expense to get through the 6 months remaining in this fiscal year. And then, as you've heard from Director Arndt, during the budget process, he'll actually present the budget request for 25 that would get them through the full year as they continue to operate not only Godwin Creek, but Oxbow and Bull Creek. And so he's asking, he thinks it's 86,000, but he's asking you to authorize spending that he can do the things that he's presented, not to exceed $100,000. And we need your action on that in order for him to proceed forward to get through the 6 months remaining in this fiscal year 24.
All right, Counselor Davis.
I'll make that motion. Mr. Arndt, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. And one, the reason, I'm making that motion is because I've heard from many, many people about just making sure that the solidity, whatever y'all do down there, just make sure that the solidity of the program continues. And it's my understanding that on the horizon, not only will there be a master plan, but I think there's, if I can say bigger and better, plans to maybe further expand the program and bring in more and more children from the community to participate. That's primarily, that program's about the development, but there's a lot of other things. I'm not going to go into that or what the character values and traits that are being produced out there. But you want to, is that an accurate statement?
It is. So we are in the middle of a master plan being performed for all 3 city golf course facilities. The master plan is going to cover everything. It's going to cover infrastructure, irrigation, tees that need to be added, greens that need to be replaced, bunkers that need renovated, bunker removal, bunker adding, practice facilities, everything at all the courses, including Godwin Creek. It'll be a comprehensive master plan that I look forward to letting council know what you have in your golf facilities.
And it does include all the courses
It includes all the courses in addition to a potential additional 9 at Oxbow Creek.
Now, in your operations this year, I mean, I'm under the impression what I see is you're operating in the black as we move forward, and I think it's safe for me to say that for several years you've operated in the black, which is a delightful acceptance of the management and how things are being done out there. We didn't always know it that way, but if that's the case, I'm assuming that there'll be in the general fund, or either it goes into, since it's authority, I'm not sure if it goes into another fund, but I'm just going to say at the general fund, there'll be a positive amount of revenue that has come in from Oxbow and Bull Creek that can be worked with. Is that an accurate statement?
So,
well, I know there's some decision making, but
yeah. So currently,
in premise,
Bull Creek is an enterprise fund on its own. Oxbow Creek is an enterprise fund on its own. So if you play golf at Bull Creek and say you spend $4,000 a year at Bull Creek, so people come to me and they'll say, "Hey, man, looks like we had a good year. Tell me, what's going on?" Well, we actually operated. Our expenses were a little bit less than our revenue. Then I can tell them every dollar that Bull Creek takes in will remain at Bull Creek. We have cash reserves, so those dollars will stay at Bull Creek. So those dollars don't go back to the general fund, and they actually don't go to Oxbow Creek or Godwin Creek currently. So Bull Creek operates as a separate enterprise fund. Oxbow Creek operates as a separate enterprise fund. Godwin Creek has not been, it's actually been operated by someone else.
Well, and the last thing, I can't let you get away without just commending and thanking you and your management, your board, the authority, the people involved, to get us to where we're at today. Like I said, it's been, every time I see that, I'm like, wow, that's incredible. So that's just a kudos to everybody involved there. Great management. As far as you talked about the creek there at Godwin Creek as being a water source. Have you, I know we got Help the Hooch, I know we got Keep Columbus Beautiful, but have you tapped into their volunteer base so they can come out there and maybe do some magic in that creek out there that you're talking about?
I have not. I know in the past, the city has actually done it, I think with an excavator, but I am friends with those people, and we have a golf tournament for those
Well,
people.
if it needs
so-
to be cleaned up, I think you could probably get a lot of people that come out and volunteer for a day, including myself, that'd be glad to do that. I need to burn some calories,
Yeah.
especially after the holiday, so.
Well, we need some equipment out there we need people,
I
but we
got
need.
equipment.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm just throwing that out there as a possibility to clean it up. You mentioned that.
Yeah, much appreciated. And also, on behalf of the whole team, thank you for your kind words.
Sure.
All right, Counselor Thomas?
Mr. City Manager, when I started my career as an educator, I taught at Bibb Elementary School. My smart aleck nephew says, that was the last century, wasn't it, Aunt Judy? Yeah. But at any rate, Godwin Creek is very special to me. My question is, if we approve this funding for $100,000, where will it come from out of the budget?
It's actually going to come out of the reserve fund,
Okay,
yes.
okay. I just wanted to make sure that we knew where that piece was coming. So it will come out of the reserve, and that is, our reserve is fairly healthy at this time, as I recall.
Well,
Is that a
we
fairly
yes,
healthy?
yeah. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Counselor Garrett?
Have y'all had a chance to meet with the Mill District folks? Because I've met with several, Lauren Chambers, who's the director, and Bruce Bacon, who's been real involved. They were very interested and had quite a few stakeholders in the area who wanted to see kind of the master plan come together. There was some discussion about the soccer field funding, and I know Director Browder met with them as well. And I just wanted to make sure y'all incorporate, their vision with the Golf Authority's vision in any way we can.
Yeah. So I have met with Bruce Bacon many times, and I believe he has a grandchild in the junior golf program, has been in the program. But I have met with Bruce Bacon. Have not met with Lauren yet. We're trying to get a meeting set up and coordinate our efforts. So, and I do think, that as the soccer fields, as they're improved, I think if the golf course is improved, I think we can definitely work together in addition with the Mill District, because the whole area is getting better. But I think the golf course will only help that.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, I just wanted to second Councilor Davis's motion to approve. And let me say, in spite of my play at Bull Creek, which has been criticized a lot, I look at it as the divots I leave are job security for those that work there. So,
Yeah, they've roped a few of them off in national parks, so it's.
well, they become watersheds, right? The watershed or something like that. But yeah, I've talked to several folks, and they have just praised the operations at Bull Creek and Oxbow and Godwin now that we're headed in that direction. And I appreciate all you've done, Jim, and kudos to you and your team for all you've done. And as I said, I'd like to second the motion to approve.
And even if you don't play golf, if you've been out there in the past, I would urge you to go look at it. And the difference is readily noticeable. And it's, and it has been. I know Ricky Wright's out here representing the Golf Authority. And there's been a lot of really good, solid work in trying to make that place look, for a long time, it didn't look like a golf shop. We had a tournament out there, somebody had a tournament and actually had to go to Walmart to go buy golf balls from a golf course. It makes no sense. So Jim and the authority are doing a great job. Counselor Kogel?
I just wanted to commend you for keeping in mind that our youth sports is so valuable in this community and really putting the effort behind continuing to grow those youth sports is going to be one of the foundations for our community going forward across the board, whether it's golf, whether it's soccer, whatever you have it. It's really, I do strongly believe that youth sports is and our recreation department is one of the foundations for our community, and it actually does have a impact on lowering our crime rate and giving these kids something to do other than being out on the streets. So whether it's playing a round of golf, 3 holes is better than 18 in my mind because my patience is a little not there for 18 holes, but it's a great place for kids to learn. I know I'll be bringing my daughter out there, but the link between the Mill District and the rest of Columbus, this is going to make a really big impact. So thank you for the work that you do.
Counselor Huff?
Good morning. Thank you so much since you have been here, since you've been on board. You've done a great job. My one request is they mentioned youth sports, to get with Parks and Rec. Some time back in the past, we used to have transportation for the kids from Frank Chester Rec Center to the golf course. So check that as far as all of the rec centers are concerned, but especially to check and see how the process was handled for Frank Chester, and I guess that could be kind of moved on to all the other rec centers. And you say you had not met with Lauren Chambers. She's here this morning. Lauren Chambers, raise your hand. You all can get together and arrange a meeting and work that out. As far as the additional 9 holes, that particular study seems like it came out well. It's something that's been going on now, discussed probably since 2012, 13 timeframe. And I've been having my ears pulled back and talked to about it at several events. And I had a couple of guys that just retired from UPS. They have some time on their hands, and they're willing to volunteer. And when I get with you, I'll give you their names. But they wanted to work with you, if they could, on the project to expansion of the 9 holes. Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
I look forward to coming back another time and talking about that possible expansion.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, no further comments. We have a motion and a second to approve the $100,000 to.
Up to $100,000.
Up to $100,000. Is there any other discussion? All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed?
Thank you, Mr. Arndt and Mr. Wright. We appreciate what you do for us. Next, I've got our HR Director, Retha Hollowell, on the Columbus Police Department recruitment and retention.
Good morning, Council, Mr. City Manager, City Attorney. Today, along with myself, the Deputy City Manager, Pam Hodge, and Finance Director, Angelica Alexander, today we're providing a response to a referral that was made related to police recruitment and retention. So today we will be presenting an overview of police pay reform and restructure that was adopted in 2015. We'll briefly summarize what happened and why, and along with the resolution that was implemented. We'll also provide an overview, a brief overview again of the OLOST public safety commitment specifically related to the police department. And then we'll present the proposed changes to police pay that was requested by the police chief. So regarding the 2015 resolution that was adopted in the FY16 budget, there was formed or established a Police Pay Reform and Restructure Committee. It was also known as the Retention Commission. This committee consisted of approximately 30 members from the police department at varying divisions, ranks, and seniority. Then Mayor Tomlinson, the city manager, and the assistant city attorney were a part of the committee, as well as then Councilor Baker and Councilor Barnes. The finance director as well as the HR director were also on the committee. So in summary, some of the things that were of major concern and of interest to the police department. The police department expressed concerns about officer recruitment and retention. The department they requested a change in their pay structure, particularly related to overtime. And then there was uncertainty about how much pay an officer would earn each year. The amount of overtime earned was unpredictable, and not all officers earn overtime. Therefore, there was the varying pay for different officers depending on their schedule that they work. There were also issues and discussions about overtime that created budget challenges for finance, making it difficult to balance the budgets for all public safety departments. I'm going to ask that Deputy City Manager Hodge come and review the next couple of slides related. Again, this is at a high level, but talking a little bit about what happened and why what was done in the FY16 budget.
So good morning, Mayor and members of council. So this was the proposal that came forward in FY16 related to the results of the retention commission. And this was kind of a 2-year financial impact that we prepared. So with the implementation of the proposal, there was kind of a one-time where all the officers were provided their retention to catch up. So that's what the increase of the 531, and then year 2 was 173,000. So this was part of that whole process that we went through for several years, reviewing the pay for police officers and public safety. There was also a way to reduce court pay by having them schedule their court appearances within the officer's regular work schedule. So that was part of the proposal. And what came forward in the resolution was to retain.
Yes, ma'am, Councilor
Ms.
Thomas.
Hodge, the court pay, this says by scheduling court appearances within the officer's regular work schedule. I know that we have had some concerns about officers having to, in the past, having to sit in recorder's court specifically for hours because of the workload of the recorder's court. Since we have added judges to recorder's court, has that problem been addressed? Maybe not completely erased, but has it at least been addressed, do you know?
I do not know the answer to that question, but we can get that. I don't know if the
I know that was
chief
one of
noted.
the concerns that the committee that appointed additional recorder's court judges had, was that we had officers who were sitting there for hours because they couldn't the cases were not moving, we didn't have the personnel, the judges. So I would like to know if that, at some point, if that has been,
Yes, ma'am. We can take that
addressed.
back as a referral to provide that
Thank you.
information. So again, what came forward in the FY16 resolution was to retain the $2,000 sign-on bonus, remove gap time. Pay was based off of FLSA overtime after working 171 hours on a 28-day work cycle. And then also pay reform was instituted for longevity pay, and this was an incentive depending on your years of service up to 30 years. And this was adopted as part of the FY16 budget. And this is just kind of a summary of what the FY16 pay reform looked like. So after 3 years of service, you received an additional $1,000 on your base pay. And you can see the schedule going through 5, 7, 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30, the addition that was made to the sworn officer's base pay. Now, longevity pay, this system was replaced with the implementation of the new pay plan. And so it's different now. It still has the same increases. It's a 1% increase for each milestone year. So this schedule was from FY16, but it was adjusted as part of the new pay plan when that was implemented. So CPD recruitment and retention summary. This committee was set up to look at recruitment and retention of officers. There was a lot of complaints back then. Of course, that was 7, 8 years ago. It was to establish a reliable pay structure for officers, assist with balancing the budget. There was a lot of issues with overtime especially, and then the implementation of pay reform for longevity pay. Police officers wanted to know that once they were here for a certain period of time, they were guaranteed some type of an increase. And also, just wanted to talk about the OLOS commitment. Some of the counselors were not here when this originally was done. Counselor Thomas, I think, was kind of the major spokesperson for OLOS when it went out to the community. This is a slide from the community forums that was used, and part of the initiative for the OLOS was to improve emergency response time. And so what that commitment included was 100 additional police officers, 10 additional patrol beats, additional motor squads, enhanced tactical, and also parks, downtown, Riverwalk patrols. So this was one of the slides from that presentation that we went out, I don't even remember how many times. And this was the information provided to the citizens at that public forum. So for those counselors who weren't here during that time, we want to make sure that you're aware what that commitment was to the citizens with the 100 officers.
And this slide, I wanted to make sure that we continue to keep council abreast of the turnover rate within the police department. This is a 15-year look back from 2008 until 2023. And 2008 is significant because that's when the OLOS was passed, and there was the commitment for to hire 100 new police officers. So if you just look at 2008, 2009, and you see the number of officers that were hired, you see in 2008 there were 70 officers that were hired, and then a big jump in 2009 where 103 officers were hired. But then after that, from 2010 up until early in 2023, that number, it kind of leveled off or plateaued, if you will, where the number of officers hired ranged from about 40 to 50. And then you see at the end of 2023, and I know the chief, if he's still here, will want to speak of it, at the end of 2023, the police department has hired 96 new police officers, which is really huge. And big difference from what we've seen over the past several years in terms of the number of officers retired. You see those numbers there. Unfortunately, the number that have resigned, that number is still not what we would like for it to be, but I know, one of the thoughts with regard to this proposal is to encourage retention of officers, but we do see that number being 64 right now. But the net total of police officers to date for 2023 is on the positive at 28. So that is very positive news.
Rita, one clarification, is
Look.
that fiscal year or calendar year?
This is calendar year, thank you. And so if no other questions on the turnover rate, I am going to ask that the finance director come and talk about the next couple of slides.
We've had, Counselor Tucker, did you have a question you want to ask now?
Yeah, one of the things I think would have been helpful, was to see the salary savings for CPD. I think initially we said we was gonna get it in November, and now we don't have it, so,
The finance director will respond to that.
okay.
Hey, Counselor Begley, did you have something?
For the next slide.
Okay. Hit your light again, just to make sure.
All right. Good morning and Happy New Year. This particular slide just represents the active officers versus vacancies by fiscal year. In terms of salary savings is it can be looked at in two ways. For the most part, it's a fiscal year impact for that particular fiscal year only. Anytime there's any leftover salary savings, those salary savings are generally wrapped up into the reserves. So the reserves that you see today is a culmination of all of the salary savings from the police department and any other department within the government, particularly for the general fund and the OLOS. That is a culmination of all those years of savings. You could equate, just sort of hypothetically, the value of, the cost of a police officer. We would have to go back and determine what the pay rate was at that time, back out the fringes at that time to determine what the salary savings would, an estimated salary savings, I guess I should say, what that would be. Typically, when we're balancing the budget with the final budget amendment and at the end of the fiscal year, if there's any salary savings, it's first used, any savings in particular, whether it's salary savings or operational savings, it's used to cover those departments that are over budget. And then it also is utilized to cover any unexpected expenses that would have caused that department to be over budget, and then it rolls up to reserves. So I do understand the question. There was a reference made to it being requested in November. Unfortunately, for the past few weeks, I have been out on medical leave, and so I wasn't able to go back and compile this information. But again, the relevance to salary savings is that it's wrapped up in the reserves that we currently have.
Yes, ma'am. Counselor Tucker?
Yeah, it was actually asked prior to November, but remember, I don't know if you remember, it was stated that normally we get it in November. So that's when we asked for it again.
Right.
I'm just trying to figure out what's the typical, because honestly, I'm sorry you going through, health issues. My grandmama is right now being taken to get an operation, so my mind is at Grady in here. But we had asked for it before November. So what's the typical time that we would normally get update in reference to those salary savings? Because it's really just a number that we're trying to see and not trying to figure it out.
Well, you know, typically, we have the audit that we complete, and we typically have the final budget amendment that's presented to council in December. At that time, that's when we sort of finalize everything for the prior fiscal year. So we're wrapping up, you know, all the departments that have been over. You know, we've recorded all the revenues that we need to. Unfortunately, as you know, that hasn't happened yet. And so that presentation that would sort of show what those final reserve numbers are, we haven't given that yet because we have not completed the audit for FY '23 at this time.
Could we do it last 3 years prior? Could we? I'm sorry, Mayor.
Yeah, just leave it on.
I told you, my mind
That's
is
all right.
in two places right now. I apologize. If possible, could we, as, you know, just being able to, I guess, get a view of what it possibly could be? If we could look at the last 3 years, what the salary savings were in CPD from, you know, 2022, 2021, and 2020. If we could get a kind of like a glance at what it was then, because I do know we have had a lot of unfortunate, you know, circumstances going on that's hindering us from completing that external audit and getting all this information. But if we could, do we have that data?
We can go back and compile that data. What happens though, I mean, it's not as simple as seeing what was left over as far as what was left over in the budget, because we shift the budget around.
And I know
okay.
that you
So,
shifted, but
yeah.
before it shift,
we can,
could we get
we can go, I can go back and get that information before the shift. It
Before
just
the shift.
takes a little time.
I'm sure it does. Okay, thank you.
Counselor Davis?
Is now, realistically, we went from 388 to 488. And when we went to the citizens and asked them for the penny, it was a fantastic idea at the time to try to hire additional officers. That was the thought process, 100 officers, and to get them out on the streets, and therefore you'd have more officers out there that are working the streets and hopefully suppressing crime. It was a great idea, but the truth of it is, unfortunately, it's never played out. We've never been able to hire those officers. I want to say that I don't even know if we've gone 25 deep into those 100 officers since I've been on council. In taking the 100 officers, what we've done is taken our resources, our financial resources, and anytime a new officer comes on, we start hiring them. We've hired them out of that OLOS fund. So we've said in the past we've hired 100 officers, but we have just funded 100 officers, the new officers that come on out of that account. Meanwhile, you got attrition, other officers leaving over on the general fund side, that you still have to equate that to the total number, 388. I don't know where we're at today as far as the total number in CPD from that 388, but we haven't been able to hire 100 police officers. We have used those positions, as you stated, it's become salary savings because we have to budget for those. We've talked about this many times. We have to budget. Every year it's budgeted, both 388 and 100 officers, but we never fill those, and then it just comes back over, like you said, and carries over into the to the fund balance. Salary savings. So over time, what we realized is that we needed to fund things like vehicles and other needs for the department, and we chose to start using those 100 positions because we weren't being able to fill them, but we had other needs. We didn't have the funds, so we chose to use it like that, and we did. So I can't think of how many spots that we used, but I guess my question is, you got 52 up there. What is out of that 100 technically today? I thought it was 48. I may be wrong, but out of that 100, what is exactly left the positions we used to fund other cost or other needs, what is actually left today? Is it 44, 48, or 52 spots that we haven't filled?
Is that on your next slide? Why don't you just read the HR director, go to the next one. It's on one of those slides.
Last slide.
And
What are you talking?
44?
Which slide?
And I think that the
What-
funds that were used from salary savings were not, at the end of the year, we use them as one-time capital expenses, sometimes for equipment for public safety. But I don't know that they've collapsed any positions for capital
Go to the
needs.
last
They've
one.
all been for pay reform,
That's right. You're right. Pay the recruitment retention
Right.
plan, that's how we funded that. And
That's
we
right.
bought vehicles and
Well, but-
I think other things.
but the
but,
vehicles we buy, that's just a one-time purchase, so it didn't really
Correct,
collapse any of those roles.
correct. Okay, so go
So-
ahead. How many, is it 44 that's left?
Well,
I just saw
technically,
something up there. I'm going off of memory.
I know. So technically, we don't, what's listed there as far as the unfunded positions do not include any of the OLOS positions. We started out at 100, and I believe it was FY16 that we transferred an additional 10 positions from the general fund to the OLOS for the police. So that was 110. Then FY24, we transferred an additional 30 positions from the general fund to OLOS for CPD. So right now, from a position count, we're at 140 positions for the police department funded by the OLOS. That is not inclusive, that's not included in the 52. The 52 are all general fund positions that are unfunded.
Well, look, I understand the funding source, how those 40 officers got over there to be funded. I don't know when we made that decision. I'm only focusing on the 100 that's supposed to come out of the OLOST.
Yes.
That's all I'm focusing on. And out of that 100, we've used, and I'm assuming that we no longer have the recruitment retention, but it's gone, it's factored into pay plan somewhere.
It is factored into the pay.
Okay. All of it, those positions we used, minus the positions the mayor's talking about, one-time funding. So I'm trying to get what exactly, and you may have it on the other slides. I don't have those slides in front of me, but,
So this next slide is just really a synopsis of the current configuration for CPD, where we started out with 488 officers. Really, the last time we had 488 sworn officers was in FY21. FY22, there was a reclassification that was approved to convert 20 sworn officer positions to cadet positions. Cadet positions are civilian positions. So at that point, we went down from 488 sworn officer positions to 468 officer positions. Then you have to keep in mind the positions that have been unfunded over the years for various pay adjustments and reforms to include recruitment and retention, longevity pay, et cetera. That was additional 24 positions, and then 28 positions were included in the FY24 budget to fund the above and beyond pay. I don't know if the council remember back in August, I think it was at a work session, August 30th of '22, there was various proposals presented in regards to how do we fund above and beyond. And above and beyond included the sworn officer positions as well as the CDL drivers. And so some of the options that were included in that presentation is what has been implemented in the FY24 budget, which was transferring additional positions from general fund to OLOS, as well as using the monies for a certain number of positions to fund the above and beyond. So where we are right now in terms of budgeted positions in the police department is 416 sworn positions. Now, that includes the 140 positions that's budgeted in the OLOS, and then the balance is in the general fund.
So, you got another slide?
I do not. You want to go back?
No, I just
Okay.
didn't know if you had my answer on the next slide.
This is the next slide. Is the proposal that the police department would like
And
to.
then what's after that?
Okay, well, last time we went over there was either 44, 48, or 50 positions out of that 100 that we had not used. I'm trying to figure out exactly.
Now, I can tell you,
Don't-
I'll have to
don't
go.
focus on all the other things we've done, but out of that 100 officers
Mhm,
that we budget for every year,
mhm.
how many positions are not being used,
I will have to tell you that
that are
specifically.
funded in the budget?
Hang on.
I would have to go back and see out of the 85 vacancies that they had as of the end of December, how many of those were in OLOS and how many were in general fund. I could go get that information.
Well, we know they're on both sides, but the 100 officers, we know they're being funded on both sides. Out of the 100 officers, we had that number, we had it on slides at one time. And it's in the 40s, I believe. 44, 48, no more than 50, we use that many. And I am admitting, I don't know how the pay plan factors into the other 50. And we did do the cadets and those kind of things, so that did come out of there. But we have a number, and when I look at that number, that's how I sum total all of it.
Mhm.
And that's how I come up with what we actually have to use, that we said we were going to use for public safety, including the 388 and the 100, which would be 488.
Mhm. Hmm. Well, I know it is the directive.
I'll tell you what, just, you can get back with me. You can get
Okay.
back with me. Just, you know what I'm asking, and maybe the deputy city manager has it.
All right, we've got, Council, we can come back to this. Let
They
me,
can give it to me later. I don't
Okay.
need it today.
Yes, I can tell you of the vacancies, how many are in OLOS. If you give me just a moment, I'll come back with that
Okay.
information.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilor Crabb had a question.
So, I guess we don't really, the way I look at it is, I know in this OLOS that we talked about 100 sworn officers, not just officers, sworn officers. So we put 20 civilians on the street when we took the cadets, we took 20 positions of sworn officers and made them into cadets. So that's really adding 20 more bodies on the street. They're just not sworn officers. But at the same time, since this OLOS was passed, technology has come into play. We have tag readers, we have the new cameras they're doing a lot of the work that officers, I would never say that technology replaces officers, but what I will say is they give officers support that they can do an even better job with less officers. I'm not saying that we should ever, lower our expectation of having enough officers on the street, because I think more officers on the street will save lives, both our officers' lives and our citizens' lives, because they are a deterrent to crime. However, in this situation, when we are making adjustments to that department in order to give the citizens and the department what they want, I'm willing to lower the number of officers in order to adjust the budget to where they need those funds. And at this time, that's where they need those funds. We can always readdress it, just like we're doing today. We're readdressing the goals and expectations of previous councils. We can always look at it again when it comes to that time. But right now, this is the time, this is the snapshot, and I think we need to listen to our leadership in public safety and listen to what they're saying they need in order to do what we're asking them to do. And so I think we should approve we'll wait until see what they're asking us
Yeah,
to
'cause
vote on.
One thought was to let this information get out to the public, let you guys get feedback, because you will get some feedback, and that way you can make a decision. But I tend to agree. I think if you can't hire these officers and holding those slots at a lower amount and versus being able to fill those spots, I mean, I think you got to do what you can to get to that level that the chief says he needs to be able to start making a real impact on the streets. And I will say too, I know Mayor Pro Tem was on council at the time too. There was the kind of commitment was that when we got to a point where every time because it goes way back to Dozier and Bourne and all those that would come and want to take some of the salary savings from some positions, we never got to 100%. We got maybe within 20 on a regular basis. But the idea was that if we could hire those, we were going to find the money to be able to hire them and continue to put them on the street. So, Counselor Thomas, I know you've been waiting.
I want to have Deputy City Manager Hodge to listen to what I'm going to say, because she and I and the former Deputy City Manager were the ones that went out and talked to the public about the OLOS. And what we said was the salary that we were going to pay would be for any post-certified officer that includes officers in the police department, the fire department, the marshal's office. At the time the marshal office was active, the sheriff's department, the warden's office. We even have post-certified officers at that time who were driving garbage trucks because they had to wear a gun and they had prisoners on the back of the truck. So they were they had to be post-certified. We also included in that a $3,000 bonus to all of those post-certified officers. And then we said, if I am hired by the police department, my salary, my training, my equipment expenses, all of the expenses that the police department pay for me as an officer, if I'm hired under the OLOS, comes out of the OLOS. And the second piece of that is that all of that for me as an officer comes out of the OLOS as long as I am a member of the department. So we should be able to say, he's paid out of the OLOS, she's paid out of the OLOS, he's not paid out of the OLOS. We ought to be able to do that because it's the pay, equipment, all of the expenses associated with an officer comes out of the OLOS. So it's not just the salary that we're talking about. Now, having said all of that, the salary is the number one piece to make sure that we reach the number of officers that we need in the department. So I would be interested in the number, not necessarily, I want to know how many officers in each one of those divisions that we pay out of the OLOS, how many are paid out of the OLOS? We may have 75 people paid out of the OLOS. That does not necessarily mean that the number of officers has increased by 75. It means that since fiscal year 2009, we have hired whatever that number is and are paying them out of the OLOS. That's one of those little squiggly lines, I guess, that we need to be sure that we are all on the same page about, but that is not necessarily that we have not hired the 100 officers out of the OLOS. I don't know if we have or not. I would assume, I don't think we have. The last time I heard it was in the 90s that we had people who were being paid in the police department out of the OLOS.
Is that the 100 that it gets paid out of the OLOS?
Yes.
So that's the definition of those 100 from the OLOS.
Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill.
So as of the end of December,
One more, Counselor Begley.
there was 56.
The two questions as data requests, on slides 10 and 11, one's by calendar year, the other's by fiscal year. If we can just get both those in the same timing, because it's hard to understand when they're 6 months off. And then the other request is, for those two slides, 10 and 11, can we see those for the last 12 months, right? Like month by month, just so understood, going back to fiscal year '08, you just want to see it by calendar year, but I think there's been enough changes in the past 12 months where I want to see it at a more granular level for the past 12 months. Okay.
Counselor Crabb?
We've been asking for a lot of information that we're not getting in a timely manner. I mean, like we have asked about the salary savings, to give us the salary savings numbers. And it's not just you. I mean, we have been asked for numbers from integrated waste also, the numbers of what the savings we get when we hire an outside company. There are savings in there. We've asked for it, Counselor Davis, Counselor Tyson, we've been asking for it for a long, long time, but we've never been given those either. We get a lot of talk that is kind of confusing to us, but we're being asked to make some really big decisions. And so when we ask for information that we feel like we need in order to make those decisions, we would like that information given to us in a timely manner. It should not take, it's been over a year since we've asked for integrated waste numbers, and we've never received them. So maybe that can be one of our resolutions for 2024.
All right.
So to answer your question, Counselor Davis, in terms of the number of officers on payroll that were funded from the OLOS as of the end of December was 56. Of the 140 spots. Yeah, okay. So just going on to the proposal that is being requested by the Chief of Police. The Chief is requesting an additional $5,000, and I'm sure that the Chief can provide more context to the request, but an additional $5,000 pay increase to the sworn officers as well as the E911 communication technicians. That would be a first in terms of the inclusion of the E911 communication technicians. And in order to do that, that would require funding an additional 44 sworn positions That's valued at about $2.7 million. That would leave that adjusted sworn number to 372. And there was some other discussion that took place with the chief in terms of, how some of this may be eased into, so to speak. One of those would be that the newly hired officers would receive the $5,000 pay increase after they've received the $5,000 signing bonus. So over a 24 period of time, in accordance with the new pay plan, if you are hired on as a sworn officer in the police department, you receive a $5,000 sign-on bonus that is paid out over a 24-month period. So again, one of those options is to not give the newly hired officers the $5,000 increase until they've been here 24 months, essentially. And then current officers receiving the sign-on bonus, obviously, once that sort of ends, they'll receive the $5,000 pay increase after receiving the full $5,000 sign-on bonus. So I think this last slide, again, just sort of shows where we were before the OLOS, which was at 388. Then the OLOS took place and was inclusive in the FY09 budget, so that increased the sworn officer count from 388 to 488. As of the end of December, as well as with the FY24 adopted budget, we're at 468 in terms of the sworn officer count in CPD. Those 52 positions are currently unfunded, leaving us with the budgeted sworn officer count at 416. So with this new proposal that would using the monies from the 44 positions to make these additional pay enhancements for CPD, that would take our budgeted sworn officer count down to 372. And again, I think, as the mayor mentioned, or I'm not sure if it was the city manager that mentioned, over time, if they're able to fill those positions, we'll have to determine how we fund those at that time. And that concludes
Counselor
the presentation.
Thomas.
Ms. Alexander,
Yes, ma'am.
I can assure you, and I can assure the public in Columbus, Georgia, that if we exceed this number of officers in CPD, this council will find the money somewhere to pay those officers. I can guarantee you that.
Okay, there doesn't appear to be any more questions.
All right.
And we didn't ask the chief. I don't know if the chief wanted to say anything or. Welcome, chief.
Mayor, council, I appreciate this opportunity, and I appreciate Ms. Retha, Ms. Angelica, and the city managers meeting with me on multiple occasions to kind of hash this out, because that $2.7 million you see is not an immediate impact. The way we have it set up, it's going to trickle in probably over 24 months, maybe even 36 months, depending on how many people we can hire. And what this is going to do, let me regress just for a second. What they did in 2015, I'm not saying that's good, bad, or indifferent. It sounds like it solved the solution from 2015, but we cannot continue to try to solve today's problems with yesterday's solutions. So we have to continue to, it's almost like the Kaizen model, that Japanese word for continuous improvement. We always have to try to continuously improve both the decisions we make and the way we make these decisions. And when you look at that on paper, us reducing to 372 police officers, sounds like a lot. But when I got here back in May, I've only been here 9 months. When I got here back in May, I think the first time I actually looked at that, it may be in the first week of June, and we were down to 290 police officers. 290 police officers. Today, We're a little bit more than this because we've hired a couple after the first of the year, but looking at that, I think that we're at the end of December at 331. From 90 to 331, that's only about 41 police officers. But 41 more police officers on the street has made a significant impact of what my police officers have to deal with every day. And I know they appreciate it because that means they answer less calls. When they go to a very high-stress call, they have backup with them that, believe it or not, reduces stress to a police officer when he has an additional police officer with him when he's responding to a domestic. Even when a police officer makes a traffic stop and a police officer has the time to back him up, that makes our job easier because it takes a little bit of stress off of us. But I just, real quick, I would like to talk about the recruitment that we've done over the last, those 96 positions that you see on there. Councilman Buckley, I appreciate you asking for that monthly because we've hired most of those 96 since I started here. So I'm interested in seeing how many we hired from January to May and how many we've hired from May to now, because, and I don't know those numbers either, but I would be willing to bet you that it's significant. My recruitment team has been working extremely hard. I am so proud of those guys, and I know when I first got here I was extremely hard on them because we had 6 people graduate at Academy of the second largest city in the state of Georgia. That to me was unfathomable, and I think that we could do better than that, and we have. We just started an academy back on January the 4th, and we got 24 people in that academy. I don't know how many of them is going to graduate. It seems like people today have a difficult time passing a firearms qualification. They have a tough time in the driving EVOC classes. So although we may start with 30 like we did the academy before, we only graduated half of that. But you know what? It's because we're not lowering our standards. We're going to keep our standards high because we don't just want a warm body out there. We want the best police officers on the street that we can hire and recruit. And I got one of my deputy chiefs, Roger Graham. Could you come up for just a second? Roger Graham has been over the recruitment for about the last, I don't know, 3 or 4 months. I made some changes within the organization. And I just want, you guys can hear it from me, but I just want you to hear it from the people that are making it happen in terms of how we're recruiting and what this vote of $5,000 for the police officers and for the 911 dispatchers is going to do. And Councilman Davis, you mentioned earlier about the 911. We have 60 911 positions. We're down 20 of that. So we're down 1/3 of my dispatchers. If nobody's ever been in the dispatch center, I wish you'd come just take a look. That's one of those jobs that you have to be a dynamic multitasker. I am not. I'm one-dimensional. You give me a task, I'm going to accomplish that task. These 911 dispatchers, they're on the phone. On one hand, they got the speaker. On the other hand, they're typing the call on the computer. You have to be a multitasker, so it's very difficult to hire a good quality dispatcher. And then secondly, it's hard to keep them on because it's such a stressful job. They last for a little while, and then they leave. The problem is, almost like a police officer, we invest a lot of time and money in their training. And if we don't come up with something to entice them to stay, they're going to leave and they're going to go someplace else that's not so taxing. But Roderick, would you step up and just tell them real quick what you've done over the last 6 months to improve the quality of candidate that we're getting and how we're recruiting?
Well, good morning to everyone, Mayor, City Council. Basically, what we did is just really piggyback on what was already in place and just added some added features as far as recruiting. But one of the things that the department was not doing previously was involved with advertising on Indeed. So we became a part of Indeed, turned that on, and when we turned that on, the recruiting efforts in the department went up tremendously. But not only that, there's been a lot of communication, word of mouth throughout the city. So what we're starting to see now is instead of just the traditional officers, individuals putting in and becoming a police officer, now what we're starting to see is individuals, fortunate for us, unfortunate for other areas, but transferring into the department because of what they word of mouth, and they're starting to hear about how things are changing in the department. You probably heard the chief talk before about culture. Well, the culture in the department is changing, but I refer to it as creating job satisfaction. And some of the things that's creating job satisfaction, that's expediting the retention as well as playing into the recruiting, is giving individuals a chance to develop their own career path. They may go to the chief and ask for a particular assignment that they may feel that they're best suited for. Well, that falls into retention because now you have a satisfied employee that wants to stay there. And then again, it also plays into changing the culture by all of us, not just myself, but other deputy chief as well as assistant chief, being more open to listening to the employees that's there as far as what will help them benefit them as most. So it's a give and take relationship in the department now. So that goes back into playing, but also into the traditional recruiting, what we're looking at again, like I mentioned about officers returning. They're returning because of word of mouth. They're hearing about what's taking place in the department. So now they want to come back and be a part of that. I do not know who initiated this in the department, but start using phrase like Team CPD. I don't know who contributed that to, but everybody wants to be a part of the CPD team now. So now they're starting to want to come back there. That's two different categories that I just mentioned there. One was individuals who left and wanted to come back. Two, the traditional individual that has none law enforcement, but hearing about what's taking place and they want to be a part of that. The third is we're getting officers transferring. What I mean by transferring, they may be an officer from another police agency outside of Columbus. They're transferring because social media is a driving force. They're hearing about what's going on in the Columbus Police Department, and they want to be a part of that as well. So we're getting individuals that's miles and miles away that wants to be a part of this team and transfer. And then fourth, we want to look at military. We're starting to get a big push in individuals that's getting out of the military. Again, another program I think that was set up by Assistant Chief Dan Fitzpatrick. We're heavily recruiting from the military. They get a chance to become a part of the team before they even get out of the military. They get the chance to go ahead and start going to the academy, start getting indoctrinated into the CPD to become a part of that. So that's another area that we're starting to get individuals out as well, heavily. And then our cadet program. There was mention about cadets, but now we're getting cadets more and more that's transitioning from the cadet into the police, being sworn. Why? Because once again, it goes back to that culture. They're being indoctrinated. They already like that culture. They want to remain a part of that culture, and they stay on. And then lastly, what we want to start tapping into is individuals that's come down and that's interns. People that do an intern with us, they get exposed to the department. Hopefully they like the environment. They want to be a part of it. So those are 6 categories that we're really looking at. And I also want to thank you for the mechanism that the city council has given us. And that is all of these things that we're talking about, these various different sign-on bonus, each one of those categories that I just mentioned of the individuals, they are subject to one of those categories that help us recruit, retain, and bring in additional people.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate it. And so earlier, somebody mentioned something about us converting 20 police officer positions to civilian positions. And we did do that, actually to cadet positions. But what we've utilized is just what Councilwoman Crabb said. We've utilized the technology. So what I've done is went through the police department, and I didn't get 20, but we got about 12, where we had certified police officers doing administrative duties that civilians could do. And we take those certified police officers and we put them doing law enforcement duties. So although we did convert some of those, we put those into the police department, put certified police officers back on the street. And we're utilizing the technology that's been afforded to us. With this $1.6 million grant that we're getting for this FUSIUS and this crime information center that we're putting together in the basement, I would encourage you guys to come check that out. It's operational and it's working superbly. And that's going to continue to help us reduce crime with less police officers. And so when you guys have to talk to your constituents about us reducing our police force by 44, I look back all the way to 2008 when you implemented this OLAST. You've never had 488 police officers. Normally, it would hover around between 410, 430, come back down to 400. So 400 is probably the number that the city of Columbus is ideal. When this is reduced to 372, I can work with that because we're gonna continue to do more with less. When you lose 50, 60 police officers a year, that's an expense that you can never get back. That's an education and training that you can never get back. When you look at ours right now, we lost 60 last year. Most of those were people that failed out of the academy early, so it was little expense. It wasn't a 3-5 year veteran that we've been training for 3 to 5 years, and then they leave us. That hurts. So I just wanted to kind of give you guys where I'm at. There's $5,000 pay raise for the police officers, and I think it was Miss Angelica or Miss Reether, I don't know, suggested that we lessen the impact by stretching this out some. And I think it's going to work best because if you start, you sign on, you make $50,000 a year, plus you get a $5,000 sign-on bonus. Within a few months, you're sitting in a car being trained by someone that's making $50,000 a year. You're making more as a person getting trained than the person training you. That never made sense to me. So with this $5,000 sign-on bonus that the trainer gets, the trainee doesn't get it until after their $5,000 sign-on bonus and 24 months later, they don't get it. So it's going to give them something to strive for 2 years. And then after 3 years, they can assess for corporal. It's going to give them another pay raise. After 5 years, they can assess for sergeant. It's going to give them another pay raise. So we're giving them opportunity. And police officers, just like a lot of people in society, if they have a little bit of hope, they'll stick around, they'll continue to learn and thrive. So I hope that you guys vote for this. I hope your constituents understand what I'm trying to do. But I appreciate it, and God bless you. Have any questions for me?
Yeah, Counselor Tucker.
I didn't have any question. I just wanted to really thank you, thank Graham and I see the assistant chiefs out there, and Angela Florence, Deshaun Grant, and Katina Williams. Every time we have something in District 4 regarding neighborhood watch groups or whatever it is, you all show up. I do think, and that's the reason why I put every word that I typed, I meant it. Because I do know about service before self, and you all are selfless servants. I met you go above and beyond all the time. I can call you at any time. I appreciate that, and I appreciate what you said in reference to the culture. You know, it's a culture change, and it's a positive culture change, and you can see that. I'm at the precincts often. And it's always something positive going on at the precinct, and I appreciate that. My citizens know that they can call me or reach out to you all. They appreciate that. So I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart, all of you, for everything. I mean, even Assistant Chief Deborah Kennedy tracked down illegal dump. Somebody was illegally dumping in Carver Park, and they actually got cited. You know, that's like that's gonna be the first individual that gets to pay that $1,000 fine. So I just wanna thank you. And
Yes, ma'am.
whatever I can do, you know, to help, I appreciate it.
I appreciate it. And Miss Angelica came down and told me just a second ago, we're 39 to the good since June. So from June to December, we're 39 to the good.
Outstanding. Counselor Thomas?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the CPD proposal as presented this morning.
All right, there's a motion and a second to approve that presentation and approve. Is there any other discussion to it? Do I now? All right, well, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It passes.
And Mayor, what's the effective date?
I don't think it was stated in the motion. Is there an effective date, Counselor Thomas?
Well, we want it done as quickly as possible, so perhaps we need to we need to ask the finance, you know, can we do it by the next payroll period? Can we do it by, you know, I think she's gone to see when we can do it, but my intent is that we do it as quickly as possible.
I would think no later than March.
We'll see.
Does that work?
But they're checking to see how quickly they can get it done.
Okay.
Of course, it's a different payroll.
Roger just told me that one of the pay cycles starts on February the 3rd. That's one of the start of the pay cycles.
Okay, so we could say no later than the 1st of March, and that way it'd be that pay cycle that started in the 3rd.
The start of the next FLSA pay cycle. I don't have the exact date, but that's, you know that date, I'm sure.
Okay.
So you're saying the February 3rd date?
Well, the start of the next FLSA pay cycle, they'll look at it to determine.
And that's the 28-day pay cycle that law enforcement falls under. So it could be 28, anytime in the next 28 days. I'm not exactly sure when it would fall, but it's probably toward the end of this month.
Well, I think that you all realize that my position is, and the council's position, I think, is do it as quickly as we can.
Yep.
So
And
that would be up to,
Just know that
at the beginning of the
we
next
are
cycle.
looking at the start of the next FLSA pay cycle.
Perfect.
Whatever date that is.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. That works.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right,
And-
Counselor Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow. I'm kind of excited, Chief. I guess the excitement around this table is that we supported your request for
Thank you.
what you asked for. You know, we started the day off good, and we started pretty much saying it's Public Safety Day.
Love it.
And here we are, but I don't think just thinking about this, I can't wait to go back and tell my constituents, but I don't think I've been a part of a meeting like this where we've made, the city, CPD, has made so much progress in so short amount of time, especially in bringing back officers and recruiting officers. Deputy Chief, tremendous job. Way to go, well done. I just hadn't seen that. I don't know if any of my colleagues have seen that. Judy? Gary? I mean, this is a big moment.
It is, big day.
But I'm thinking, here's another thing too, that nobody, sometimes they tend to leave out. You've got a sheriff's office out there that has provided backup support and actually patrolling and doing things. You got 2 teams now, law enforcement teams that are working together to put even more resources out on the streets to suppress crime and to fight crime. That's incredible. That's a great job. I'm hoping, I'm not really a betting man, but I'm hoping that, when we start getting numbers, it's gonna start reflecting. Certainly this number up here today that's being produced in a short amount of time in recruiting and hiring officers. And now we're even taking additional steps. Maybe what I was talking about earlier, those spots, they're probably gonna be all gone, which is a testament, which I've just never seen that before. So anyway, keep up the good work, and please express that to all the men and women of CPD and our sheriff's office for all the outstanding work. That's a big statement to carry back to your constituents, and I can't wait to do it.
I will. Thank you,
All
sir.
right. Chief, thank you.
Thank you.
And so, Mayor, I'm told that the start of that next cycle is February 3rd. And so I know that Councilor Thomas wanted to hear from Director Drell Short on integrated waste. I think you heard the concern she expressed, the number of calls they've gotten about yard waste and so forth. So would you address?
Yes, sir. So,
Yes, ma'am.
I want Director Short to hear from us first. And then if she needs to address the council on what's going on, that's fine. But I want the councilors to be able to present, to talk about the issue that has resulted in bringing her before us today. And if you want me to start it, I'll be glad to do that. It seems to me that we were told back in September that there was no problem with our garbage collection, our trash collection, our waste collection. I'm not sure which word to use, but it includes the household trash, the recycling, and the yard waste. That we had the personnel and we had the equipment and we could do all of that. I will tell you that every day I get at least one, sometimes 4 or 5 calls from citizens who say they haven't picked up my garbage in 3 weeks. They haven't picked up my trash in 4 weeks. And quite frankly, I think it is wrong for a citizen to have to call one of the counselors for us to call the Public Works Department or the city manager's office and say, go pick up this garbage. That's not what ought to happen. What ought to happen is that the garbage, the waste ought to be picked up every day. And I would like to hear from my fellow counselors about what kinds of issues and problems and so forth that they're hearing. It's just ongoing and it has not stopped. And so at some point along this way, I would like to hear from the director on how the department intends to correct this problem. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Counselor Garrett.
Counselor Thomas, I mean, I can echo the same concerns. I mean, it's been a systemic problem, and it hasn't been just related to, when AmWaste had a backlog. It's been yard waste, recycling, and Public Works does an absolutely amazing job when I do put in those addresses. But it seems that unless a counselor calls it in, citizens are having some major, major difficulties getting their trash picked up. And their entire neighborhoods, I mean, Fox Chapel went weeks without pickup. Every time, I mean, I know the counselors are on Facebook. Every time we open up Facebook, we are tagged in post. And it's happening all around the city. And I know we had concerns about, transitioning from AmWaste and, this is carrying over into yard waste too, not yard waste, but household waste too. So it's happening throughout my district. And I'm also getting reports, other counselors will call in stuff from my district. I get reports from people that I know throughout the city. They're having the same issue. But I hope we can find a solution other than just saying it was the holidays.
Counselor Kogle.
I was tagged in a lot of posts over the weekend and consolidated a bunch and sent them over. So thank you for accommodating those, but I do share the sentiments of my fellow counselors is that a lot of these constituents are having to call us directly in order to get a simple task performed that they pay for on a monthly basis. And we've had the conversation over the past year about possibly raising those fees. And I sit back and I reflect over the past year of when we transitioned from AmWaste when, and I'm not sure if it was because my email and my phone number was not as readily available as, or known, I should say, earlier in the year since being a new counselor, or if I did not receive the astronomical amount of calls and messages about trash when AmWaste was doing this. And if we sit back and reflect over the past year of when we made this switch, I'm not sure that we took into consideration how long, and maybe we did, but maybe our calculations were wrong, and that's okay. If they were, we need to fix it if we were wrong. But I'm not sure we took into consideration the amount of time that it takes for an automated truck to pick up a trash can and then be followed by another trash truck to manually pick up trash, and then followed by another trash truck to pick up yard waste. And then I guess currently we don't have Amwaste is not currently picking up our recycling, even though I think in early December we said that RFP was put out. And so we have this recycling backlog as well. And so I followed the Public Works truck around, which my truck is giant and red, so it's very hard to hide. So, and timed the general pickup, and it takes anywhere from 25 seconds to 33 seconds for the truck to pull up to the can, clamp the can, dump the can, place the can back over, and that's if the neighbor doesn't come out running out and talks to the driver. When yesterday, which was not my trash day, so I was a little discombobulated. The trash truck comes down our street with the prisoners behind it, picking up manual trash on a route that should be picked up on Tuesday. And even sitting here, my husband just texted me and asked if our trash was supposed to be picked up, and our automated trash was picked up, but the bag trash was not picked up because there's a separate truck coming by. So I think there's just, I don't know if we thought the whole process through, and I know we're trying to get towards complete, fully automated trash pickup, but I don't know if we're ever going to get there. One, because people are going to forever put their trash on the curb, and we're forever going to have to come by and manually pick it up. But then we have, former Councilor John House reached out to me as well about some citizens who are on this disabled list who can just not physically move even the smaller trash cans. And they're running into some issues. So I think, I know, Trail, you do a great job, and thank you for responding. I don't want this to sound like I'm beating you up. I think you and your staff respond to us immediately and do a great job. Our citizens are frustrated, and they're paying for this, and they're already griping about not having twice a week pickup and paying the same amount. And now we're talking about in the future increasing our trash pickup, but we're not delivering the product. So in simple business, that's just not going to work.
Thank you, ma'am. One more, Counselor Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I remember back in the Civic Trade Center that I think I was a critic and had several concerns about going automated. Even in the dialogue with previous directors, I think I might have been the only one that was not in support of going in this direction. I think one of my premises was that eventually there's going to be a tremendous amount of cost passed on to the citizens. Now, I will tell you, I am a fan of Director Short. I think she's doing an outstanding job, and the moment she said that, give me the ball. Give me the ball, I want to run with it, I'll take it, I'll do the best I can, and I believe that. I truly believe that, and I think that from a leadership standpoint, that her and the department and others are doing a great job and doing the best they can. But at the same time, for some of the business aspects of it, when you look at the other side, the operation side of the automation, I think the Counselor Kogel was accurate in to say whether it's time efficiencies, whether it's equipment efficiencies, whether going to a smaller can, seeming it's more efficient. I think that we're going to have no other choice but to start creating more routes, more drivers, more trucks, because it's just with the continuous job of having to pick up today and then come back tomorrow in another service and another service and another service. I think now, there was a lot of timeliness, you have to say, before, the way we did things before with our inmates would get out there and they'd go down the road and they're throwing in from both sides and they go down the road and it's done. Down the next road, done. But now you got to go down the road, take your time, dump it, next, and then have to come back the other side of the road. And I don't think there's enough hours in the day that we're able to get these routes taken care of. And then, you know, there may be some matters of trying to figure out where you left off or, you know, what neighborhood did or didn't get picked up or who did or didn't get picked up. I don't know yet, but I'm just, you know, I think some of my colleagues and what they're expressing are starting to see that, which just tells me you're gonna have to make more and more adjustments to make it work in a timely fashion. That's not any, you can't control that, nobody can control that. That's just part of the operation and the reality of it is and what we're dealing with from the challenge. Yeah, we're gonna have to come up with some solutions or either make some changes to how we do business. But that's a part of life, that's a part of any business. When you're growing, you go through growing pains, you have to do things and make decisions to restructure, retool, regroup, just find a new way to do it or you're not gonna be able, you can't do it the way you used to always do it, you can't. So I don't know if we're there now, it concerns me, but I do know, like I said, I think the department's doing about everything they can, but I think you would probably agree with me that you're overwhelmed, you're having to work overtime hours and even on the weekends, and I don't know how you get caught up, but you've got to determine another way to do it, and I think what we're starting to see is this cost is gonna start compounding and being passed on to the citizens because you got no other choice to cover the cost. Or either you gotta figure out another way to do business. So that's kind of my comments, but like my colleagues have said, I'm getting the same calls. And that's the only reason I'm, you know, saying what I'm saying because I'm representing my constituents, Mayor, and.
We get them, I get it, we get them too, and.
Oh, yeah, but they need to know, I mean, they need to understand what is going on and that their concerns are being expressed.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you. Counselor Crabb?
Thank you. I'm not going to beat that dead horse anymore, but I have a couple questions. I'd like to look towards solutions. How many of these automated trucks are still on order waiting to be delivered?
We have all 40 trucks.
We have all 40
Yes,
trucks.
ma'am.
I've been traveling, and as I travel, well, even before Amwaste, you know, stopped their routes, I noticed that Amwaste had a truck that was automated, but it also had the open hatch in the back. So what they were doing is they were running the carts up and then grabbing the bags and putting them in the same truck. Those are the trucks we need. Because those trucks, we don't have to have two trucks coming down the same road to pick up the trash bags and do the automated carts. I've seen that in other cities as I've been traveling. I've seen it in a lot of other cities, those types of trash cans. We made a huge mistake by buying the trash cans that do not have the open backs, that we could do everything with one truck. We're not being efficient. So I'd love to hear what actions you've already, I'm hoping it's already, that you've already started to take to resolve the issues that we're having right now.
Good deal. Yes, ma'am. Director Short?
So first of all, let me say thank you for your candor. I appreciate it. And please know that you have a staff in your waste collection division that works tirelessly to ensure this community is clean and as clean as possible. What you may not understand is that Councilor Kogel was right on the money. You have a truck that comes through that picks up your black cart. That's your household cart. Then you've got your truck that comes through, automated truck, that picks up your green cart. Then you have a rear loader. Those are the old trucks that we have to use to pick up the ground trash. I'm not talking about yard waste. I'm talking about plastic bags that are coming out of households that didn't fit in the original cart. Okay, they've got more than one cart worth of waste out there to pick up, for us to pick up. That's our nemesis. We wouldn't have to send another truck out if we required everyone to put everything in a cart, a city-issued cart. By not doing that, we don't have a choice but to send a third truck out to pick up that ground trash. And that's something we've been trying to convey to you, to the council since we started the side loading collections. We went in that direction, and City Manager, you can correct me if I'm wrong, because of the lack of inmates that are gonna be available for us to utilize. It's not sustainable. And I believe my predecessors understood that and wanted to go in a different direction to ensure that we had a sustainable way of collecting waste, and that was an automatic side loader. Now, Councilor Crabb, I'm gonna be honest with you, I've never seen a truck that had the side loader and the rear loader all in one truck. I need to go back and do some research, and I will. Will that help us? I don't know, because I'm not sure how that truck would operate. You're still looking at only one person being on that truck, having to go, get out, get the waste, throw it in the back, go, get back in the truck, go to the next yard, use it, the sidearm, pick up, and. Well, because the side loaders are designed to only have to have one person on the truck instead of the three, which is the driver.
But if you had. But if you had one truck that did the same thing as two trucks, you could take the person from the second truck, put both of them in one truck. One person could be running the side loader while they're picking up, the others are picking up the trash. I mean,
I understand what you're saying, and like I said, I have to do some research on that truck, but for our position right now, with what we're having to contend with the new side loaders, they're designed for one person to be on that truck.
well, you made a mistake by getting these side loaders because
Well-
our citizens are used to.
Number one, she
Our-
didn't order the.
okay,
order the
whatever.
truck.
Our citizens are used to doing it a certain way. And these trucks were purchased thinking that you guys were going to have the citizens change everything about their trash, and herd them into a new way of doing their trash. And you wanted to take us along in the car with you on that herding. And this council has said over and over and over and over that, no, that is not good for our citizens. They cannot afford those recyclable bags.
They don't have to use a recyclable bag. They just have to use a city-issued cart. The problem is not the truck. The problem is the waste that's on the ground. That's not in a city-issued cart.
No, it's in a trash bag that
Why?
you're saying, that's been going on ever since I've lived here.
I understand what you're saying, but in thinking about continuous improvement, moving our community forward, hopefully, and it should work, reducing the number of trucks that we even need to have if we get our citizens to transition to the single cart system, meaning everything being one cart in order for us to collect it with the sidearm. Then there is no ground trash. There is no animal to get into the trash to spread it all over the place because it's in a city-issued cart. So I truly believe my predecessors went in this direction as a means of improving our waste collection in this community. And it is a transition, just like going from the twice a week to the once a week. I remember that nightmare. We had a lot of complaints about that, but we did it. And I have full confidence that our community can transition to automated side loaders. You can go to many places in America, many towns in America. That is the national trend. That is the best practice, unless we want to hire a lot of civilians to work on the back of garbage trucks, which can be just as expensive or more costly than it is even if using inmates, but we don't have the inmates that we need. And the
Councilors-
warden could tell you, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the warden, but he and I have had several conversations when he's just told us, he said, Drell, they're just not there because of the security levels. An inmate can go in and
We're
punch.
getting higher security level
Yeah.
prisons in there.
That's
'cause
exactly right, because
Nobody
they,
wants them. Everybody wants the lower security, which they can pick up.
that's right,
So
they
it's-
have to be trustees. And if they don't want to work on the back of the truck, they go in and punch their cellmate, then their security level is changed. That's one less one taken out of the pool. So we have a lot of different challenges that we face on a daily basis. But I truly do believe that we have to understand that this is continuous improvement, that it is in our best interest to go in that direction, that our community is smart enough and wise enough to understand that an automated sidearm is the quickest way to collect if it's all in the cart.
Counselor Huff.
Director Short, I got two parts to this.
Yes, sir.
We're having problems all over town. There's no secret. And we get calls all the time trying to make it happen. But on the flip side of this, I've said it over and over again, Columbus somehow is always peeping around the corner to see what's coming next, but we don't ever get around the corner. And we're trying to get around the corner. This has to be done because I'm still really struggling with in my head. We give in to our citizens all the time for everything they ask us for. But sometimes we're gonna have to push back a little in order to move to the future. And my brother in California and I have just had a good laugh about this last week. I've been watching one-armed trucks pick up trash his entire 30-plus years out there. He's been there since 1990. If it's not in the can, it's not getting picked up. They have the same 3 cans we have. They also do composting. It works if we move our citizens to the fact of it has to all go in the can. And the only way you're gonna get all your trash in the can, you have to recycle. So on our part, we have to do our part on the recycling issues to make sure that we are truly recycling and that we don't have recyclable items going into the trash truck. But if we can get to the point of saying this is what has to happen, and we'll no longer pick up trash that's on the street, then we can get down to the system of, as long as they can go around the cul-de-sac and everything, it's a smooth transition. But if it's a kind of like a dead end, they have to go up and back. I know it takes time, but I think it can be worked out. I think it's the recyclable truck that comes through my neighborhood. Don't know who she is. I just want to send praises to her. Whoever she is, just give her kudos. She makes it work. She's no complaints. She stops at the houses of the elderly that need help. No complaints. She rolls the cans out. She dumps the cans, puts it on the recycle truck and does what she does. But there's one street in particular that I like to watch her do, and that's the LaSalle side of Avenue. And she comes down off of Moline Avenue on LaSalle, and she takes that, she goes up the hill, she comes down, she backs down the street and gets the other side. Yeah, but it can work. And like I say, I just left California in 2019, right before COVID. And my brother found me standing in the window, watching the trucks come by, trying to figure out how it all worked out. And systematically, there are 3 cans on the street. All the trucks come by. There's no other option, no complaints, everything works, everybody knows the system. So I just hope at some point we can get to the system of, if we have to have community meetings, if whatever we have to do to get our citizens to know we have to move forward. Because they will put the trash out as long as we allow them to do that.
That's correct.
So we're gonna have to come together as a body and push forward for change, because Columbus is a beautiful city, wonderful city. I've been here my whole life. I've worked in other cities and driving back and forth. And I always land back here. I've watched it grow. We're still having growing pains and some things, but Columbus, we need to get together and have a list of things we want to do. City manager talks about it all the time when we go to our meetings and things once a year, you know, with the legislators and everything, of what we've done, what we hope to do. But we need to get to a point of not saying we're gonna do this one thing or these two things. Let's put together a list of things. If it's for public works, if it's for parks and rec, if for whoever it's for, and chop away at the list. These are priority items for the year. We have a 10 or 12 list to work down, and over a 4-year period, we may get through all of it, or most of it. So I have the same pains and phone calls, and we have a lot of problems that we need to fix. But as you work through this with us, help all of us to understand how to communicate to the citizens and make sure that when we get to that point, that the trucks are on point. Because the trucks have to pick up on time for this to work. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And just to add to it, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind me
Sure.
stating, so once the rear loader has picked up all of the ground trash, those are our yard waste drivers. So once they've picked up all the yard waste trash, which takes about, not yard waste, excuse me, household trash, which takes about half a day, they're directed back to the beginning of their route to do yard waste. And because we've got inmates on the back of those trucks, they're only allowed to be out there up until dark. So we know that's about 6:30, and that's where you hear us saying, we understand they were missed, we'll go back. We're going back the next day to pick up where we left off, to pick up the remaining of the yard waste. So our ground trash is our nemesis. We really need for our residents to utilize the city-issued cart, and that will assist us in being even more efficient and should reduce, if not cut out altogether, the complaints that you're getting about miscollection. Because technically, right now, it's taking us 3 trucks just to handle your household waste. That's not including your yard waste. That's just household and recycling, 3 trucks. That's every day for collection.
So, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you got more, but.
We do. I've got about 3 more folks. And let me just ask a question.
Yes, sir.
Councilor Thomas is next. May I just ask a quick question? One of the things I was curious about, it seems to me we have to give an alternative, right? You got to give them some other methodology to try to help them, because they're going to have occasionally a heavy trash day, right? Family comes in from out of town, they got a lot of food, they got to get it in the trash. If we were to provide an on-demand service so that those routes could be configured not based on the entire route, but just on the folks that have called in and said, hey, I need a little extra help today, seems like that would take a lot less time and still give them an alternative. That way they could either get an extra bin, and look, there may be a small recollect fee, you know, but it's like yard waste. I see people that have everything that they do fit in one bin, but there's a lot of folks that don't. So the people that put 16, 20 bags out, pick them up, but do it on an on-demand thing. It's kind of like tree for fee. We don't charge a lot, but we do compensate for these folks going out there and get them. Just seems like we would be able to configure those routes based on the demand rather than just following that other truck. So that's just a thought.
Okay.
Councilor Thomas?
One of the complaints that I have gotten, concerns, is that some of our citizens have called and asked for a second can and have been told we don't have any yet. You want to speak to that?
Well, we do have cans in our inventory, and we've just got a new shipment of cans in the other day. The challenge has been we can't afford, and when I say we, I'm talking the Integrated Waste Fund, cannot afford to continue to purchase cans for anyone that wants an additional can. And so in the previous presentations that we wanted to bring forward, we were talking about that additional cart fee, that one-time additional cart fee Once we've got that, we can go ahead and move forward with,
And that's at your cost.
and that's at our cost, yes.
So if the cart, I believe you indicated the
55.
cart is $55.
$55.
So, you'll replace the cart that they have. That means you
Absolutely.
take one out and you retrieve the torn up can.
That's correct.
But if they want a second
Cart.
cart, then it's $55.
$55.
And then they will have two carts, and then you will pick both carts up.
Correct.
And you wouldn't have trash
Additional.
outside the can.
That's right.
Well, I guess part of this concern too, Ms. Short, is like Councilor Huff said, our citizens don't understand all of that. Because it used to be that I could put out however much garbage I wanted to put out, and you picked it up. Now you're telling me I have to put it in this green can. If it doesn't fit, I can't put it on the side of the can. I have to have another can. And, so I don't know how we get that education out to the citizens too, that you can't just leave it on the side of the road. I have some concerns about charging some of our citizens another $55 for a second can. Some of these folks, can hardly afford the first can, the charge on their water bill, much less pay for a second. So I think we need to take a real close look at that and see if there's not something that we can do to educate as well as to provide for our citizens. And I don't know, it may be that at some point in time, you could tell us, well, this last month, we had 47 calls asking for extra cans, or whatever, to give us a better idea. I don't have any clue how many people need, I just know what I have been, what people have called and told me. So we need to make sure that whatever we're doing, particularly for that overflow, is something that the citizen can understand, can handle, and that the Public Works Department can handle as we go along. It's not easy, I understand that.
Yeah.
And, I hate to tell personal stories, but I lived in California for a while. And I lived in Redwood City, California, which is just south of San Francisco. I paid $93 a month for a 36-gallon can. Don't make it 37 gallons, they won't pick it up. 36 gallons a month. The only neat thing about that was it was in a cabinet right outside my house, and they would come up to the cabinet and take it and dump it. I didn't have to take it to the street. But I paid, $93 a month for garbage. So when I moved back to Columbus and paid, at that time, $15 a month, it was enough to get my nails done, so. But we do need to make sure that we educate the public about what's going on and how you do that and how it works and all of those kinds of things.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Thanks, Mayor. We do need to make sure we take care of the handicapped, the senior citizens, the elderly, make sure they get on that list. I hear from them. I hear 2 weeks, 3 weeks in some cases. They might be isolated. There may be 2 or 3. There may be 6 households. I don't know exactly what's going on, but those are the calls that I'm getting. And eventually, the department gets to it. You know a lot better than I do. We're expressing our concerns.
Yes, sir.
That we're hearing from citizens, but like I said, I believe in you. You used the word predecessor. I'm gonna use the word inherit. You inherited all this.
I did.
But you're accepting the challenge and like I said, you're taking the ball and run with it. I believe that. And you also said that you need some time to transition. I'm willing to give you that time because I believe in you. I believe that it might take some time. But I also hope it's not a reality that it's overwhelming and we may have to make some other changes and assist and help in other ways to make sure we're getting it done. Just leave when we finish this conversation, just leave. People ask me about what they should do. They call me, I call 3114, I get their address, I call it in. I'm telling them to do that, but you tell me what you would want citizens if they are missed.
Mhm.
And they're missed a week or 2 weeks, whatever it is. You know, what should they do? Give them some guidance right now, quickly.
Call
If they're
311.
watching, that they can.
Call 311 and report that you've been missed. If you have a timeline, give us that timeline, because the minute we get, as soon as that is put into the system, we get it. And then we have to make sure that we investigate, fix it if we have it, if it's a problem, resolve it, before we can even close it out. And I hold them accountable to that. So 311, they shouldn't have to call you. They should call 311.
Right.
We're gonna address it just like when you call us. There's no difference.
And there's a digital paper trail there, so that's
And a
good on
digital-
behalf of the
absolutely.
citizens. But I do know that when that happens, when they know about it and they write it down, they do go out there, whether it's individual trucks or somebody
Mhm.
goes out there and they try to take care of it, so.
That's absolutely correct.
You just keep us informed what's going on, or, I mean, hopefully our citizens are, but if you have needs, that anything we need to do to help make this work and expedite that transition you're talking about.
I need
Just
you-
saying.
I need you to agree and pass a policy that says one cart. It has to go in the cart.
Counselor,
That will untie my hands.
Counselor Tucker.
Okay.
That's so sweet.
Did it not go on? Try it again.
Yeah. I'm trying to understand the pickup for the elderly that's on the list. You know, I think I call probably every week for Miss Hazel Taylor.
Yes.
And she says sometimes a person will come out, and then sometimes that one day when I called you, they had just, or whoever when I sent the email to you and Mr. Pittman, they had just passed her street. So, like, how are we handling the elderly? Like, when does the operator get a list of how many are on that route, or, you know, how is it that they're being missed?
Okay, so we have new drivers. They're being trained, and they are given a list. Some of them understand it, some of them don't. I will say that the backup for that is the route supervisor. And when we get a call that a person that is on what we call the disability list, that they were not picked up and that there's a problem, then that route supervisor goes out, speaks with the individual, as you know, to make sure that they do belong on the list and try to determine what has caused the breakdown in that regard. So that route supervisor is ultimately responsible for making sure that household is picked up. But every driver, and you can say every driver, has a disability list because of Columbus. We are a large city with a lot of people on that list, and they are going to make sure that each one is collected.
Okay, so sometimes since we have the new individuals, they may.
Yes, they may miss it, and that's why I stress again, as Counselor Davis said, an elderly person that's on that list, just call 311. If we don't know, and if you don't call me, we don't know that they were missed.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's imperative that they call.
Well, Miss Hazel said.
She calls.
Yeah, she calls 311, and then as soon as she hangs up, she called me. So, and I see Mr. Broadwater laughing. I know he know retired Colonel Hazel Taylor.
And I also think too that a lot of the confusion, and I think this is something that we, in talking with what Councilor Thomas just stated, we can do a better job of making sure the community understands the process that we're having to go through. I think a lot of our elderly see the truck come through and automatically assume that that's the truck to pick up their yard waste, not knowing, the household, not knowing that it's not, it was for the recycling. And the next truck coming, they may think it's for the household, and it's not, it's for the ground trash. And then the last truck that comes through is the actual truck that's supposed to go up, get the cart, bring it down, dump it, and take it back. So sometimes they call before we're even finished collecting for the day, so.
And I will say, I did like the Grinch commercial that you all did. Maybe you need an Easter Bunny one now.
That'd be a great idea.
And have an image of trash on top of the bin. Because during the Christmas holiday, I know it was a lot of trash on top of the bin, but if they don't know Even though it's not a policy, it's still, I mean, not an official policy, it's still what we're doing right now as far as operation. So when you had, cause down my street, they were right on top. You can't use the side loader because, I mean, it'll be a big mess.
That's right, it will fall off.
So, just if you do another,
We will, just-
PSA,
I love that.
kind of put something and do an illustration of reason why that's not the way it should be done. And another question I did have, because I know we have had questions in reference to purchasing, and I know we don't have a policy yet, but is there something that we can do where a person can possibly purchase at the recommended price?
Yeah, again, you're paying $55 for that cart.
Yes.
And so that, we just think that if you want a second cart, not talking about a replacement, if your cart is busted and you want a replacement, they will bring you a replacement cart and take your old one. But if you want a second cart, because you consistently have garbage that's outside the can, then that cart would be $55 and no additional fee to you for picking up your second cart, is what I propose. And so we just need clearance to, if someone wants a second cart and they want to pay $55, which is at cost, that we proceed to sell them the cart, and when we go by, we will pick up that second cart. And, and I want you to know that, I've listened to all of what has been expressed around the table on both sides of the issue, and I even heard what Councilor Huff said, and I've seen it for years back as well. I think he dated back to 2019. But you go to communities, I go to Florida and all, and they have the sidearm loaders and everything has to be in the cart or they don't pick it up. And you've heard me say before, in Phoenix City, they will not pick it up if it's not in the cart. And I talking to Ryan Pruitt, he says out in Lee County where he lives, they will not pick it up if it's not in the cart. And so in Opelika, they will not pick it up if it's not in the cart. It must be in the cart. And so that's a transition for us, and I understand our citizens are used to being able to just drop as many bags, and it's going to take a time to transition them to putting everything in the cart. But I think we start by selling the cart at cost, and that helps us start the transition period.
All right, we've got two more individuals that want to speak. Counselor Thomas?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, did you say you had someone else that wanted to speak?
It's Counselor Crabb.
Okay, I would like to be the last on that.
You got it.
list.
Just turn your light back on when I turn it off. Counselor Crabb?
I like the mayor's idea of the having, calling 311 if you have things outside the cart. I think this is, if we're going to transition, we need to train them. And so if that is the goal, that where we want it to be, then we train them. If they feel like they need a second cart in order to not have anything outside the cart, then we sell them another cart. And if they have things outside the cart on the ground, then they call 311 and they get, it's kind of like a tree for fee. They get charged. Bet you $1 million. That will train them very quickly that everything needs to go into the cart.
I love that idea.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, Counselor Thomas.
Mr. City Manager, I appreciate your taking this conversation in the manner that you have. Your professionalism is showing through. I know this was not something that was on your agenda, but it was something that I have had conversations with various counselors about over the last several weeks and felt that it was time for us to have this kind of conversation with you and with Deputy City Manager Goodwin and Director Short, listening to the concerns that counselors are getting and the issues that are being brought to us. I would like to close this out, if you will, with asking you and/or Ms. Goodwin or Director Short to come back to us maybe at our work session or at some point. And you've heard the concerns. You know what they are. You get them as well as we do. And come back to us with some kind of a plan that you want us to deal with, a comprehensive plan that you want us to look at and to deal with and to implement so that our citizens are served better by the Public Works Department. And, if the only contact our citizens have with the city government is the garbage pickup, and their garbage is not picked up, they're not happy campers. And so we need to do whatever we can do to move that along. And I would like for that presentation that I've asked you to do to include some suggestions of what needs to be done and how do we need to do it and what we need to do along the way before we get too much further down the line into 2024.
Yeah.
I appreciate your attention and your taking all of this into account and in the manner that it was meant to be. Thank
Yeah.
you so much.
And thank you, and I did mention, I think, to the Mayor Pro Tem just yesterday that it's on the agenda, the January 30th work session agenda, the integrated waste.
All right. I think that's it. Oh, wait a minute. Councilor
How about
Tucker.
trash? I did want to ask the question in reference to the, I think the 2009 OLOS in reference to 70 positions with the sheriff's department. How does that work? If we can have a discussion in reference to possibly repurposing, those positions, just as, we have talked about with CPD, is that something that could possibly happen for the sheriffs?
Well, I'm going on my recollection. I think we had 66 positions, correctional officer positions for the jail, because we were scheduled to do 600 new beds. I don't recall whether those were hired. They were not. Yeah, but we had 66, and then I believe we had 12 other positions for the sheriff, other than the 66 correctional officers in the OLOS. I believe it was 12. I'm going on my
Yes,
memory.
it's 12. So there was a total of 78 for the sheriff's office that was included. The 12 have already been hired. They're already on payroll, and we've done some additional things that I can get the information for you on the 66. I think some of those were advanced for other reasons within the sheriff's office. But there is a jail assessment going on now, and the thought behind the original OLOS was if there was an expansion to the jail, those would be positions
That's right.
needed for the operation of the jail.
Okay, yeah, when you do, we can talk offline, but just a thought, because, the sheriff's office has been doing a great job too, and, you look at one, you kind of want to look at the other. They're doing some law enforcement, I'm gonna say hitting the ground within the communities as well. So I was just thinking about how would that look if we repurpose, some of those OLOS positions.
All right. Thank you, Councilor, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Real quick, if it's okay with the chairman of the Recorder's Court Committee, would like to ask that we make room for Chief Judge David Ranieri to come and give us about a 5 or 6 minute update on Recorder's Court for the
On
last.
the work session, January
on the-
3rd?
No, the next council.
Okay,
meeting.
next council, okay,
council meeting,
sure,
I
we can do
apologize.
that.
Yeah, yeah.
It'll
Thank
it'll
you.
be, of course, a 5:30 meeting, if he knows.
Yeah, he's aware of that.
Okay.
So it shouldn't take long.
Okay, sure.
And since
Thank you.
we mentioned Recorder's Court, I just want to acknowledge the passing of Judge Solinsky. Mike Solinsky passed away, I think Saturday morning. He was a long-time stalwart on the bench for the Recorder's Court. And great guy. I mean, a lot of folks didn't like to have a case in front of him. But I'll tell you, the guy could not talk about veterans or public safety officers without tearing up. He loved people that protect us. He was a great guy. Our condolences go out to all of his friends and family.
Mayor, that's all I have today.
All right, Madam Clerk?
Good afternoon and Happy New Year, Mr. Mayor, members of council. For the clerk's agenda, item 1, this is for information. This is a notice from Chief Appraiser Susan Winehouse. She's submitting an update to a prior tax abatement agreement notice. Item 2, this is a resolution to excuse Counselor Tucker.
Motion to approve and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's
Item
approved.
3 are minutes of various boards to be received.
Motion and second to receive the minutes. Any that anybody would like to have pulled or edited? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? That passes.
Thank you. Next, we have board appointments. We have the mayor's appointments. The Civic Center Advisory Board, Orrin Hergott. He is interested in serving another term, Mr. Mayor.
We
If
would
you
like
wanted
to
to reappoint
renominate
him.
Mr. Hergott.
He may be confirmed.
Motion second to confirm Orrin Hergott. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? And I'll come back with a replacement for Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the Commission on International Relations and Cultural Liaison Encounters, the seat of Aaron Guest, he is eligible to serve another term. We have not made contact with him, so we are not sure if he's interested. We also have the seat of Meryl Russian. She does not desire reappointment.
Okay.
And then we also have the seat of Akir Mirborn. This seat is vacant. And so, Mr. Mayor, you're working on those.
Yeah, we'll not, if Aaron Guest wants to be renominated, we will. The others will find replacements.
Next, we have council appointments that are ready for confirmation. The Historic and Architectural Review Board, the seat of Ms. Marjorie Molly Smith. She's the Historic District resident.
Motion second to confirm. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, she's
Next, we
approved.
have the Tree Board, Mr. Clifton Ruol. He was nominated to succeed Mr. Troy Keller, and he may be confirmed.
Motion second to confirm. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? They're confirmed.
Next, we have council district seat appointments. Any nominations may be confirmed for this meeting. The Community Development Advisory Council, the seat of Charlotte Ingram. She is interested in serving another term, and Council Barnes is renominating her.
Motion second to confirm. Ms. Ingram, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? She's confirmed.
Next, we have Tracy Belt. She is interested in serving another term. She's serving in the District 4 seat.
Motion to confirm Ms. Belt. Is there a second? All right, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, she's approved.
Next, we have Michael Ernest. He's no longer a resident of District 5. Therefore, Council Crabb is nominating Tolly Strode to succeed him.
Motion and second to confirm Mr. Strode. All in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? All right, he's approved.
Next, we have Mary Garcia. This is the District 7 representative. We recently found that she is currently employed with the City of Columbus, Councilor Coble, and therefore she's ineligible to serve another term. Thank you. Next, we have Glenn Cal Albright. This is the District 8 representative. He's not requesting reappointment,
and Counselor Garrett is working on a new nominee for that seat. I believe Michael Ernest is gonna be requesting to be on the Planning Advisory Commission. Counselor Crabb is going to be making that nomination. So, and so if he does not actually make that confirmation for PAC, then we will circle back if you would like, Counselor Garrett.
Gotta fall back.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Welch. He is interested in serving another term. This is the District 9 seat. This is Counselor Thomas's nominee.
All right, is there a motion to confirm Mr.
There's a
Welch?
motion. We need a second.
All right, motion second to confirm Mike Welch. All in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? He's confirmed.
And then we have Evan Collins. He is eligible to serve another term. We have not made contact with him. And so if you wanted to wait till we are able to make contact with him to make sure he's interested, and we'll bring this back. We also have the District 2 seat, which is vacant. And then we have the District 9 seat. This is Virginia Dickerson. She's not eligible to serve another term. And so Counselor Huff. Thank you. And then we have the seat of John Parton. This is the district seat. Representative Mayor Pro Tem is nominating Adrian Wade to succeed, and he may be confirmed.
Motion second to confirm. All in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? Confirmed.
Next, we have the Public Safety Advisory Commission, the seat of Jennifer Upshaw. It is vacant. She has been appointed to a new board, and Council Crabb is nominating Daniel Street Jr. to fill this unexpired term, and he may be confirmed.
All right, motion second to confirm. Is there any, all in favor say aye. Any opposed?
Next, we have David Rowetter, who had resigned. This is a District 8 seat, and Councilor Garrett is nominating David Haruchi to succeed. He may be confirmed.
All right, motion second to confirm Mr. Haruchi. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It's approved.
Next, we have council's confirmation. These are recommendations from organizations or agencies, and they may be confirmed for this meeting. The Uptown Facade Board, the seat of Raymond Brown. This is the Uptown Columbus, Inc. representative, and they
Motion.
are recommending Douglas Copang.
Motion second to confirm Mr. Brown.
Mr. Copang.
Copang, I'm sorry. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed?
Next, we have council appointments. Any nominations will be listed for the next meeting. For the Board of Zoning Appeals, we have Kathleen Mullins and Douglas Jeffcoat. Both are interested in serving another term, and Councilor Crabb is renominating both. And we will bring them back for confirmation at the next meeting. We also have the seat of Tamika Farley. This seat is open for nominations. She is not eligible to serve another term. I'm sorry, Councilor Huff. Okay, thank you. For the Building Authority of Columbus, we have the seat of Olive Fidel Kendall. She's eligible to serve another term. We have not heard back from her. And we also have Christopher Smith. He has expressed an interest in serving another term. And so if a member of council wanted to renominate him. Okay, great. And then we also have Christopher Smith, who has also expressed an interest. Okay, Councilor Thomas is making that nomination, and we will bring these back for confirmation at the next meeting. For the Commission on International Relations and Cultural Liaison Encounters, we have the seat of Pete Temesgen. He is interested in serving another term. Thank you, Counselor Garrett is making that nomination, and we'll bring this back for confirmation at the next meeting. We also have Chai Kennedy, who is interested in serving. Thank you, Counselor Huff is making that renomination, and we'll bring this back for confirmation. We also have the seat of Aaliyah Tessorn. She is not eligible to serve another term of office, and so this seat is open for nominations. We also have the Historic and Architectural Review Board, the seat of Libby Smith. This is a Historic District resident seat. She's not eligible to serve another term. Therefore, this seat is open for nominations. For the Planning Advisory Commission, the seat of Brad Baker, he is interested in serving another term, and Counselor Crabb is renominating him. We will bring this back for confirmation at the next meeting. We also have the seat of Patricia Weekly. She does not desire reappointment, and Counselor Davis is nominating Lakishmi Karthik to succeed her, and we will bring this back for confirmation if there are no other nominees. We also have the seat of James Dudley, and Counselor Crabb is nominating Michael Ernest to succeed James Dudley. And we will bring these back for confirmation if there are no other nominations. Next, we have the Tree Board, Mr. Frank Tommy. This is the residential development seat. He's not eligible to serve another term, and this seat is open for nominations. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right, well, we have an executive session. We want to go into executive session for real estate acquisition and disposal, litigation, and potential litigation. I have a motion. Is there a second? Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. All right, we are in executive session. All right, we have been in executive session. We discussed real estate acquisition and disposal and potential litigation and litigation. No votes were taken during the executive session. I know the clerk wanted to go back to item 2 on her agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we did not have a physical quorum at that time, and so to make the records clean and clear, I would ask that the council take another vote on item number 2.
Motion to approve item 2. Is there a second?
And that was the resolution to excuse Counselor Tucker from the December 21st special call meeting.
All right, motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. City Attorney, you had a couple of items.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. First item we'll call up is a resolution authorizing payment to HRC Manchester Armor LLC in the amount of $20,000.
Motion second to approve. All in favor, say aye. Are there any opposed? It passes.
All right. That covers a drainage project. And then the second resolution we'll call up is a resolution authorizing the mayor, city manager, or their designee to execute a lease with Diamond Baseball Holdings LLC to lease the stadium at Golden Park in the South Commons of Columbus, Georgia, for a 20-year term with up to 2 5-year renewals in accordance with the term sheet which is attached and which has been discussed by the council.
Motion second to approve. To the motion. Counselor Davis.
Well, guy I knew well that was my manager and my hitting instructor, Yogi Bear, used to say, if you don't know where you're going, you might wind up someplace else. But I love baseball more than anybody. I love the game. The game's been good to me, and I want baseball in Columbus. The thing that I cannot do today is I cannot agree to the terms of the lease and what's being put before me. I do value the process in this, that I think that, and like most of these deals are done, that there's public input, whether through referendum or other ways. This one's coming together pretty quick and moving pretty fast, but I understand the nature of it and why we're at where we're at. The second thing is the financial terms, agreement, and obligations. I'm not comfortable with the terms right now, mainly the maintenance and the upgrades aspect of it, and then some other things that concern me as well, that I just think there's probably a better way to do this financially. I don't have any assurances on that and where this is going. The third thing would be priorities, and the priorities would be something that we've all been working on. To those who are not involved on the outside, whether those local, they don't know things we've been working on, whether it's upgrading our parks and recs, our infrastructure, other means through the Sports Council, our youth sports tourism industry, our other venues and things like that we know that are doing really, really well, and we need to stay on top of those. They're not where they need to be, and I have no assurances in how that we're going to address those in the current upgrades and that we desperately need in our community. I know in doing this deal that it somewhat takes away from that and that this now becomes a priority, and I just cannot switch gears like everybody else and catch up when I know that's something valuable to our citizens. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Counselor Kogle?
I think that I love sports as well. I love baseball. I love softball. I love everything that sports has and will continue to give me in the future. But I don't think without a commitment on how we're going to fund $50 million, if we in July didn't have the appropriate amount of funding to bring our parks and recreations up to standard, up to a baseline, and without the commitment of how we're going to fund this, I don't, if the conversation of raising the millage is on the table, I don't think it's appropriate to make this decision without the input of the citizens. And this is moving extremely fast, and I think if we're given this lease right away without having the chance to process it and to talk to our citizens, I think that we're doing wrong by them in the long run.
Thank you, ma'am. Counselor Begley?
Sure. I'd like to speak to why I made the motion to approve it. So I know that our other councilors mentioned they're big on sports. I am very uncoordinated. I was never good at sports. But I do like economic development, and I do like good, prudent financial decisions. I know there is concerns about the timing, as been mentioned, but part of the timing is because this isn't about speculation and hope. This isn't about improving a stadium, hoping that someone finds it attractive and moves here. We have someone lined up, and it's someone we're very excited about. And so that does impact the timing, but I think it's better to move with someone who is already lined up rather than move at our own pace, which is much more risky endeavor. So, all the bond payments will be invested into our own assets. It's all going into our stadium, which is going to be ours. So that's not changing, and so it is investing in our own assets. But by making the decision to focus on this one asset rather than kind of spreading it around, it's an opportunity to create jobs, to create revenue, and to create more revenue for our education. And I think the way that we address the poverty issue in Columbus is through jobs, is through additional spending on public services and education. And I think this checks all of those boxes. And so, as the other councilors mentioned, we do have other priorities such as parks. I see this as a way to address all those other priorities in the long run more efficiently. And so after reviewing the lease, I feel like it's consistent with the terms in other similar markets. So I'm comfortable with it. And I feel like we can find a way to pay for this that is going to be agreeable for the constituents. And so that's why I made the motion to approve this.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else to the motion? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Are there any opposed? No. All in favor, please raise your right hand. Okay, all those not in favor, raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's approved. All right, is there any other business needs to come before the council? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. All right, motion second to adjourn. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned. Oh.
In the 2025 season, it's super fast, a lot to do, but we're committed to do it, and we're thrilled about it. I can't thank you all enough for your support, and looking forward to spending a lot more time in Columbus.
Mr. City Attorney?
And go Braves.
And go Braves.
Was that all on that topic? Go Braves.
Yeah, I think Counselor Davis is on here too. Counselor Davis?
Shay, you know, we have a democracy, and this is no new thing to you. You've been through these probably many, many times.
Yes.
So, look, we are excited that, you know, that you're coming here, you're gonna set up shop, and you're gonna do business, and we wish you the best in bringing your product here, and hopefully everything turns out great, and it'll be great memories here in the future.
Great, that's great. We're looking forward to it, and I get it. These are big decisions, and these decisions aren't made lightly, and we appreciate all the thought that has to go into it, and we want to be long-term public-private partners. We want to be a part of this community, and this is the first step of what we view as a long-term and a long-standing great relationship by bringing baseball here. And I think, like we've said, more importantly, the opportunity to revitalize and develop South Commons in that area of Columbus.
Thank you. Counselor Kogel?
Shay, like Counselor Davis said, it is a democracy. I am your District 7 counselor, so if I can do anything to make this process easy and painless and smooth for y'all, please don't hesitate to reach out.
Thank you.
Like I said, I love sports. I love what it's done for my life and does for other people's lives. And, welcome to District 7.
Thank you very much. Happy to be in District 7.
All right, well, we have been adjourned for about 5 minutes. Have we waited?
One more item before we lose our quorum, Mayor. They did have a resolution on the table for the property damage settlement, $33,922 to CEI Group LLC.
All
Can we
right.
get a vote on that?
We can. We went out of, we adjourned. Do we need to?
Well, we've still got a quorum, so we
Okay,
can take a
all right.
vote.
All right, there's motion yeah, all right, we're reconvening. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right, there's a motion and a second. All right, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
That property damage settlement has passed. Thank you.
Okay, now motion adjourned. There's a second? All right, all in favor, say aye. We're done.